Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Cafe d'Arcadia. My name is Sagrel. You haven't met me before. Welcome back to the Subathon. I'm one of the two owners of the cafe, and I'm with my friend Nell here.
Hello, hello. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yes, it is. It's always a pleasure to have you now. Um, so, how's it going, Tiger? How's it going, Shiki? Hey, Nehru. How's it going?
I have been excited about this ever since I first saw it posted on their Discord, and then Nara reached out to me personally to let me know about it. So I'm so hyped for this.
Tiger, you became a VIP this morning. Let's put it like that. uh, so, uh, I'm a little off skelter today, so don't mind me if I'm a little bit more chaotic than normal. Um, Let me turn off the internet checkpoints music. I love the internet checkpoint dearly, but you know, that's its own thing. So, also let me get the timer started. We are at 11 hours and 57 seconds to start.
I am recovering. It's a slow and steady process, but I slept for about 20 hours yesterday.
Yeah, I would hope you get a lot of rest. You can get the audio for the game on. All I know very
Music
little
is
about
so
this
good.
game. I know very little about this game in general. I know there's a Reaper. I know this was made. I think was a Spooky VN Game Jam this year,
Yep.
and it was produced by Mystery Game Dev.
Yep. It was a bunch of devs working together. No Bread Studios and some others.
Mm-hmm. So, lots. But other than that, I know basically nothing.
I'm in the same boat. I've avoided this until right now, so that way we can both
I'm going to point
experience
this
it.
out because it was pointed out yesterday for us. Blinking Animations has a toggle. And I'm going to say thank you guys so much for that. That's super appreciative that you guys add stuff like this.
Uh-huh.
So, any of our epileptic, photosensitive, flashy sensitive friends, you guys can come play. Just set the option. So, with that, let's get this started. This is a work of fiction. Names, character, places, and events are the products of the creator's imagination. Any resemblance to actual person, living, dead, or actual events is purely coincidental. Please support the official release. Okay.
Halloween. What a wickedly wonderful night to find the restless souls. While humans party, look for candy, and scare the living daylights out of one another, I always make the most of this sacred time. For I, Gria Prim... Param? Param?
Param? Yeah, it looks like Param.
Yeah, I think that's it. For I, Gria Param, am a reaper in search of exceptional souls to harvest. My job is simple. Find those who have died and usher their souls to their final destination. However, some souls are more treasured than others.
Oh, I was about to say, I was taking a moment. Hold on. Raina, you could dress up like her. Wood smash. Anyways,
Chat's going, this is Halloween.
this is Halloween.
Humans like to take comfort in telling each other that death is the great equalizer. That it's all the same when someone dies. It'd be rather wicked to let them know how wrong they are, and so we don't.
Raina, you could dress up. You could dress up like her. And wood smash. I said you could. I said you could. Raina's like, no, no.
What they don't know is that those with interesting, complex, or otherwise unorthodox deaths are more valuable.
Are we suddenly
It's a
playing
pretty
Final...
pride amongst Reapers to collect more interesting souls.
I was about to say, are we gonna play Final Destination?
I certainly hope not. That movie scared the shit out of me.
Except, no, we're the one committing Final Destination to them.
Alright, fair. I'm on the board. Nobody would talk reverently of a Reaper who lingered around a hospital and nursing homes, waiting for the withering husk to fade after all. No, by far the most worthwhile and interesting deaths occur from murders. A human taking the life of another human, be it by passion or by plan. Souls pulsing with rage, regret, and remorse. Powerful feelings that make them coveted like diamonds. However, because these souls are often overflowing with emotions, they're hard to reap. Like trying to pull a ship that's anchored to the ocean floor. By solving the circumstances of their murders, they are placated and easily harvested. It's not always easy, but the reward is well worth the trouble. Plus, there's some fun in solving a murder. It's good when your work can help become your play.
I mean, agreed. Agreed.
And with the bittersweet smell of death in the air, I can always tell when I'll have my work cut out for me. Happy Halloween, humans. You always make such monsters of yourselves. Who wants to talk about murder?
Murder!
My vision cleared as I materialized in the darkness. Immediately, I felt my clothes starting to cling to my skin as a heavy downpour of rain began to soak me. It didn't bother me, being wet is no problem for a Reaper, and you can't pick and choose where the finest dead souls will be found. I wiped some of the water from my face and looked around. I was standing at the side of what might have started the day as a scenic little dirt road through a forest. Now, though, it was becoming a long slick of mud. The only light came from a pale illumination of the full moon. It was enough to navigate by. Excuse me. Surrounding me, I could see wild grass, trees, large rocky hills nearby. Ah, the quiet and rural landscape of the country, perfect for intimate murders with few witnesses. Perhaps someone was killed in the forest, in a slaughterhouse? Maybe even on the road.
I was kicked by a horse.
Why, though?
I punched the butt.
These thoughts to myself as the rain continued to pour down. But rather than make any early guesses, I'll let the scent of death guide me instead. I breathed in the air and let the bittersweet aroma guide me down the wet, rainy road.
Miss Reaper, I touched the butt of the horse and it kicked me.
Your soul is not worth saving. It's not even worth reaping. Okay, just let some other Reaper get you.
Hey, Lumi.
Sooner or later, I'd come across a corpse. It was only a matter of time. Didn't have to wait long. As about 10 minutes of walking, I could see shapes in the darkness. A modest home, a collection of cars carefully parked on the roadside, and more importantly, a group of costumed humans gathered together by the entrance. Well, it was Halloween. There's no surprise that they were dressed up.
This
But
is
in a rural
Halloween.
area like this, would they really be going trick-or-treating? They look too old to be doing that. Or have adults started going around asking for candy these days?
Oh no, we go around asking for alcohol and other sorts of paraphernalia.
I know, I want candy.
I mean, so do I. I can't have the alcohol.
Yeah, I'll take your Reese's Cups.
I will take some potatoes.
You know what? You can have the potatoes. I'll take the Reese's cups.
Well, yeah, you of course. Oh, you can share those Reese's cups. I'm gonna share the potatoes after I cook them. What the hell you talked about?
Hmm.
Make it on a rainy night like this, a warm potato soup with like celery and carrots and everything.
I'll stick to a baked potato.
I can do.
I walked closer, but kept the shadows so I could get a better look at them while staying undetected. Things could get complicated once I reveal myself.
I
I
love you,
couldn't
honey.
hear them very well over the downpour, but I was close enough to be able to discern their appearances. The first one that caught my eye was a young man wearing an owl costume.
Ooh.
He looked a little skittish and was trying to peer inside the house through its windows. There was a cardboard box at his feet, though I couldn't exactly tell what was in it. There was another young man who on first glance looked like a zombie.
Jiangxi?
Though, as I observed him, I corrected myself. Based on his outfit, I believed he was dressed as a Jiangxi, a creature of Chinese myth and a sort of zodiac vampire. Or a vampiric zombie.
Thank you, Lumi, for buying 5 packs. I hope you have fun with those cards.
Costumes aside, he looked irritable and was pounding his fist on the door. While I couldn't hear his words, I was able to make out his anger. Put simply, he was pissed for one reason or another. My eyes cast downward towards the man's feet and saw 2 plastic bags full of bottles. Lastly, there was a young woman who was wearing a dress with a tongue. Not an easy costume to work out straight away, but when you work with the macabre as much as I do,
Is she a jumping...
it's not hard to take an interest in various cultures speaking.
I was about to say, is she one of those jumping umbrellas from, like, Mario and the guy with the golden coins? I can't remember what they're actually
I
called.
deduced that she was wearing an interesting take on the umbrella yokai.
Called it.
Not bad, all things considered. And like the others, she had plastic containers by her feet full of something. She was busy typing away on her phone and also peering through the windows. 3 people, all dressed up in Halloween costumes outside of a pitch black house. One where the scent of death was ominously strong. Those poor humans were just going to end up waiting by the door until the night was done. While I can be very patient, I hate wasting time needlessly. I stepped out of the rain and approached the house. It didn't take long for the 3 to turn and notice me.
Who's there? Vic? Is that you? Obviously, that's not Vic. Stop jumping at every shadow that shows up. That's obviously not a shadow. That's a person, I think.
What else would it be?
A monster? What if it's a monster?
Have you looked at yourselves?
Oh, I gotta write a tweet? Oh shit, hold up. We got a Twitter tweet to do. Chat, what are we writing on Twitter? Hey, Zolf. Honey, oh my god. Juice. I like to play Outlast Trials in the dark. I like meat in my mouth. Which one, guy? No, which one do you think should go up?
Outlast Trials isn't too scary. I can play this in the dark just fine.
Okay. I love playing Outlast Trials in the dark. I can do this just fine. I'm just gonna bridge both of them together. There we go. We got another tweet out. Oh, dear.
I have to say, I am enjoying voicing Gria.
I'm glad you are.
Her snark is beautiful, and I love it.
Mm-hmm. So, have we read this one?
Yes.
It talks!
How kind of the group's fool to identify himself.
Hey, Saber.
It's Halloween. Of course there's gonna be a bunch of monsters roaming about. Although... The umbrella lady pointed her phone at me, the light illuminating me entirely. Pretty great costume. You must put a lot of work into that Grim Reaper outfit. Thank you. It's my work uniform. She's in character too. That's some real dedication.
Why are you complimenting her? I have to agree with Bernard on this one. This chick's kind of weird.
What's weird about me? I'm just enjoying the night.
I don't mean to offend, really, but we don't know you and you just walked up to us out of the shadows. Not to mention all this weird stuff going on with Vic and...
Who's Vic?
You're not even going to address the other things I said?
I shot a stern glance at the owl man, who stiffened up and averted his gaze.
Mm-hmm. He just...
Before the cowardly man could continue, the zombie raised his hand to make him stop talking.
Look, I don't know who you are, what your deal is, but it's none of your business. What are you even doing out here?
So, the blunt approach wasn't going to work. That was fine. I could put on the charm when I need to. I cleared my throat and then pretended to shiver. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to impose. I was just on my way to work and I lost control of my car on the muddy roads. Can't get cell service and no other cars would come by to help. So I've been wandering along the road hoping to find some sort of help. I'm just a little irritable from getting soaked to the bone.
You were literally standing in the rain like a creep.
The owl guy mumbled under his breath. Luckily, it seemed my pleading was enough to at least soften the zombie's glare on me. Maybe he did have a heart, perhaps even a non-rotting one, despite how good the rest of his costume was.
Same thing happened to us. Sort of. We all got here before the rain got bad, but the mud's got all our cars stuck. It looks like we have a clip of Zolf playing, Danganronpa?
Ooh.
I'm guessing from the art style.
Yeah, that is definitely the Danganronpa.
Luby says Danganronpa 2. Rain is shouting at all of our friends. And it looks like she's telling the developers, did I ever I mean, Zolf, that comes from your clips. That's randomized. Are we gonna have to go make clips for Nehru? Because Nehru didn't have any clips come up.
Maybe. In the meantime, it is your line, my friend.
Yes. And to make matters worse, we can't even get into Vic's house.
Who's Vic? I hope that this time they be more receptive to my question.
Nell, Mary Gear.
Agent Java Bean. Agent Scarlet Overkill.
Oh no, not Mary Gear!
Mary Gear!
Java Bean, make sure you're not all caked up. The kids are too young to hear the clapping of your dummy thick cheeks.
Oh, that was when I was doing the dummy thick cheeks joke on your stream!
Only doing that because of the number of times that I referenced the dummy thick meme during Pokemon.
Oh my god, that was last Christmas.
Yes, it was.
Oh,
You have to do it this year.
I know, right? We're gonna have to do that this year. Oh, Oh, okay. No, so Zolf. The thing is, when we do the shout out, what it does is we have this. Sorry. So what ends up happening is the shout out clip thing gathers clips from any time on your channel and can play them at any time. So, as a result, even an old clip that may have been deleted from your Twitch's channel is still on the servers and can be referenced. So, that's one of those ways that can happen. You got to think for Schoolgirl Maxie being dummy thick and sharing the love. Like, for example, with Lumi here. Was this when he first started FG? This is when Lumi first started FGO. Holy shit.
Excuse me. Avengers, Alter Egos.
That is an oldie.
That is old. That is before Lumi had a model.
Golo Shield and Mashu here. So we'll have her up front for a moment. For Saber, we'll have it be Jason. Archers. Yeah, we got an NPC.
Oh, that's with Jason. That was when I think he was doing his tutorials. Hi, Lumi. Alrighty. Okay, have you read
I hope
the...
that at this time, they'd be more receptive to my question.
He's a friend of ours and a big horror fanatic. Every Halloween, he hosts a big party for us at his house.
The man pointed to the home in front of us. Well, it's not big in the sense of people, or in presentation.
Oh yeah, I was using that voice.
It's pretty remote here, but he goes all out with the decorations.
Oh, we grabbed Valhalla with Reyna.
Asking us to hire cats.
Oh no.
Yes, it's one of
Oh, no, is
Reyna's.
that...
Yeah,
No, is that the clip I'm thinking it is?
Wouldn't other races bring new skills to the company?
Shut up.
Oh, it's not the one I was
It's
thinking.
not. It was not the one I was hoping it was either, but it's funny. Moon. Okay. Sometimes he goes too far. I swear he's given me heart attacks with the things he's done.
I see. You can't get into your friend's house. Sounds troublesome.
It is. We're waiting out here in the rain, and he's got the entire house locked up.
Locked up.
The door and the windows are all completely locked. We can't see inside because all the blinds are closed and the lights are off. To make matters worse, he won't answer his phone, so we have no idea what's going on.
He had us off running errands, and now we can't even get inside. It's a pain in the butt.
I'm worried something's happened to him. People just don't host a party and then go completely dark. Unless something's happened.
Can I confirm everything?
What do you mean, confirm?
Confirm that the doors and windows are locked.
I mean, we checked, so...
Yes, I know you checked. I just want to check for myself. May I?
Knock yourself out.
I approached the front door, reaching the knob and twisting it. Sure enough, it was locked, but just to be certain, I tried shoving the door. Do you have to be that thorough? Yes, you'd be surprised how many locked doors are just blocked off by some obstacle. Really, you must know a lot about this kind of thing, then.
Oh god, Raina posted
Wait,
got one of... one of...
Speaking
Helios playing Skyrim. Running away from a saber-toothed cat. Oh my gosh.
Right, so. Anyways, I'm gonna check the windows now.
Huh? But you'll have to circle the house for that. You'll get your boots all muddy.
That's fine. I'll just wash them off in the rain when I get back.
You are really weird.
Noted. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Alright, let's go beat my child. That sounded wrong.
Hey,
out of context.
won't you need a flashlight or something to be able to see? One of us should go with you. There's no need. Even if a phone has no signal, its flashlight can still work just fine. Like you showed me when you lit me up. Ah, oh, of course. Indeed, now if you'll excuse me. I didn't wait for her permission, but instead walked past them to inspect the outside of the house. In truth, I didn't have a phone, but I have excellent night vision.
And then you get flashbanged
I
by a
didn't
girl
need
in
to
an
know
umbrella
that,
outfit.
Hey. Right before I rounded the side of the house, I spotted the umbrella woman whispering to the others there. She glanced in my direction and then winked at me. Wasn't sure why she did that, but I didn't let it bother me.
So we're going to invite her to the foursome, totally. I don't know, I'm just fucking around.
I inspected the windows around the house, and they were properly locked, or at least they seemed to be. If there was a dead body in there, and I was certain there was, it was well protected. I walked back to the front of the house and looked at the other people gathered there. Seems you're right, the house's windows are all unlocked. Right, like I said before, did you not trust me? I'd be a fool to trust people I just randomly met in the middle of one night.
Oh
Who in
man.
the right mind would do that?
Oh man. It's almost like they were just distrustful of you or something.
The umbrella girl raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I wonder who.
Guys, I'm getting really worried.
Fear not, there's an easy way to resolve this.
There. Hold up. I don't know if you're noticing it. The eye on her dress moves. I look at who's talking.
That's actually kind of cool.
That's a cool little detail. There is.
Yes, all you have to do is simply unlock the door. The other three looked at me as if I were mad.
Don't you think we would have done that already if we could?
So none of you have a key that opens this door?
It's not our house, so why would we? Because your friend trusts you enough to make sure your house is okay?
I assume that if you all were good friends of Vic, at least one of you would have a spare.
Let's see. Hey, don't go off saying things like that. Every person is entitled to their privacy.
Right, privacy, of course. I shrugged and walked up to the door. Well, then we're left with no other option.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
And that is... we're gonna break down the door.
Break it down? We can't do that.
Why not? You want to get inside, don't you?
I mean, yes, I do, but...
Is there something inside that you wouldn't want me to see?
What? Why is that the first thing you jump to?
And I fail to see why we can't break down the door and enter. Because Vic would probably want to kill us if he found out we wrecked his door? Oh yes, I suppose that would inconvenience him.
You're just realizing that now?
We could have someone jump through a window instead.
How is that any better?
I heard it's much cheaper to replace a broken window than a broken door. I spent time in a hospital recovering. I might balance out the cost though. The old man's jaw dropped when he looked at the others. They're not stunned at the realization that the windows were an alternate entrance point.
Just play along. It's probably part of the act.
The act? It was rather sweet the way they still hadn't realized I was being entirely serious. Well, they could believe whatever they liked, as long as they'd agree with us on getting inside.
Fine. But if Vic gets upset, you're taking the blame. Whatever. I just want to get this stuff inside and drink already.
I walked up to the door with the zombie man, who looked at me and then at the door.
So, how are we going to do this?
Well, I'm gonna roll a natural 20 on my strength check.
And so I'm going to roll a natural 1 and make it look like you're actually stronger than I am, and I'm going to be mad about it.
Have you never kicked down a door before?
I usually just use the handle. Or take the hit that I'm not meant to go through that door.
Okay then. I'll show you in case you ever need to do so. It's really quite simple.
Uh-huh.
I walk up to the door and adjust my stance. You want to stand about a leg's length away. Prepare your kick in your dominant foot and aim for just above or just below the lock. And use the flat of your foot and make sure your knee is slightly bent on impact. Then, I raised my foot in the air and delivered a swift and heavy kick to the door. It wasn't enough to break the door open the first try, but the sound of splintering wood meant that there was progress. There, now you give it a go. The zombie looked uncertain and turned to the others.
Can you show me how to do it again?
I sighed. Why couldn't these humans learn from just watching once? Fine, like I said, just copy my form and the door should buckle easily. Watch carefully this time. I took a step back and delivered another kick to the door, except this time the door broke open and swung inside the home. There, it only took 2 kicks, and I'm not particularly strong. Girl, don't be so modest. You knocked the door clean off its hinges. No, I didn't. See, it's clearly still attached. Anyway, shall we go inside? I didn't bother waiting for a response. Excuse me. I didn't bother waiting for a response. I walked inside the house.
Hey, wait, aren't you supposed to ask for permission before... before entering? Sorry,
That's what vampires do.
third edged a little bit. I meant like a decent human being.
Did you not hear me? I'm a Reaper.
She's way too committed.
The others walked in behind me and flipped on the lights.
Vic, we had to bust down your door since you wouldn't answer your phone. We think this is some part of weird prank you're doing, so hopefully that's part of the act. Don't say we. This weird girl's the one who broke it down. I'm not going to take any responsibility for what happened here.
As we entered the home, I noticed each of them had brought their box or bags inside. The zombie and Owl walked over to the kitchen. The former began unpacking bottles of alcohol onto one of the countertops, and the latter began arranging boxes of packets of snacks into another.
None of the food got wet, did it? It's all in plastic packaging, so it's dry. Don't worry.
I turned to the umbrella girl, who was pulling multiple VHS tapes and DVDs out of some bags. She was even plugging in various wires into a nearby TV and VCR DVD combo player. Wow, that's old school.
Yes, it is. It's awesome.
I still have one of those, I think, out in the garage.
I know. Our human grandmother. She actually has one set up at our house. We just need to plug it in and actually use it.
Despite being worried about their friend, they didn't seem to have much urgency going to find him. Of course, they were only human. They couldn't smell his corpse from afar like I could. I took a sniff of the air. The acrid, bittersweet smell was more intense inside the house. There was no doubt that a body was in here, somewhere. But I didn't need to rush to find it. That would just make everyone here frantic and hard to talk to. I chose to take advantage of the moment of calm to glean some information out of them. Before I picked their brains individually, it would help me to gather them up all together once. Pardon, but may I ask what it is that you've all brought with you? You seem more preoccupied with unpacking things than checking on your friend.
I saw the name of this long rest in replaxation. Well, we couldn't just leave the stuff out in the rain.
Yeah, Victor was pretty stick about making sure stuff we had everything in place for the party. As far as I'm concerned, we still have to set everything up right when he shows up. When he shows up.
Right, because this whole thing is just a prank. You're in on it, right?
I said nothing and stared at the owl man, unblinking. Until he decided to turn away.
Gotta say, she's got that uncaring Reaper attitude down for sure.
I take offense to that. I'm very caring when I need to be. I just need to stay professional when I'm working. Ah, there she just admitted that she's working. My words seem to go through one ear and out the other with these people.
Now that I think about it, we haven't been introduced. What's your name?
Greya Param.
It's almost like her name's an anagram from Grim Reaper. That sounds made up.
It's a strange name, so of course it's made up. Yes, it was made up by somebody. Just as all your names are, I assume.
Technically, that's true, I guess. Why are you glaring at us like that?
I'm waiting for you to tell me your names.
You want Taco Bell, honey? Do I need to order some Taco Bell?
It's not Taco Tuesday. It's not Taco Tuesday. Dracula stole all of them.
Oh my god. So because he stole all the tacos, we're gonna burn his wife at the stake and make him come down for Halloween. Got it. I like how you're not justifying that with a response.
Nope, not even trying. Not even gonna try.
I'm sorry, I love the Castlevania anime too much. Okay. You don't know our names?
How would I know your names? I just met you a few minutes ago.
I mean, that's true, but didn't Vector tell you all of our names in advance?
They still thought I was part of some prank. I shook my head.
Neo, are you sure that she's not like some lunatic witch stumbling in from the forest?
Witches would not be allowed to wear this uniform. Yeah, Bernard, witches would obviously have a hat and broomstick, and duh.
That's not what I meant!
So you two are Mio and Bernard? Yes, I'm Mio Yoshida, and that's Bernard.
Bernard Han. Wait, why did we give her our last names? What if she uses them to commit fraud? How would she do that with just our names? I don't know. I just don't want to give up my personal details so easily.
You know, that is entirely fair.
I mean, Bernard Han, technically, I could use your name and do more than just fraud.
Uh-oh. No. Bad thing. Bad thing. Stop. Stop.
I mean, technically, I could do it with Gria's here, too.
Stop.
It's
only fair to give out your full name after I gave out mine.
How do we even know that's your real name?
I'm wearing a name tag. It's part of my uniform. I shifted the amethyst on my outfit to show the crystallized name inside it. What about the zombie? What's his name?
It's Kai Durand.
Excellent. Now that we're all acquainted, I'd like to ask the group some questions.
Sure. Fire away. Oh, jeez. I
First
ate a
question.
sandwich. Oh, sorry. I ate a sandwich right before stream, so my throat and my nose are all kind of sticky at the moment, if that makes sense.
No, that's fair. First question. I saw you all gathered outside together. Did you all arrive at the same time?
No, I was the first to show up here. Bernard showed up next, and then finally Mio.
You showed up alone first, Kai?
That's what I just said.
And the door was locked when you first arrived. I frowned and looked back at the broken door.
Yeah, I knocked on the door and rang the doorbell, but Vic didn't show up. So I just waited a couple of minutes. That's when the others showed up in their cars.
We each drove here on our own. We had a few errands to run before the party and was going to get started after all. That's probably referring to all the food, drinks, and entertainment that they brought. I'll ask each of them about that later. When did you check the windows?
Maybe a couple of minutes after we all arrived and tried calling Victor. We figured we'd check around the house. Mia didn't want to get her costume all muddy, so Kai and I went around the house while she waited up front.
You're making me sound like a jerk.
I'm not. The rain was starting to come down a bit harder, so I don't blame you for wanting to stay out of the dirt.
I like how the eyeball's angry.
Yeah, the eyeball's been so expressive, so I'm like... it's been great.
That's funny, considering you're an Umbrella Yo guy. It's just a costume, and it's not exactly waterproof. Regardless, did anything happen while you were standing watch or inspecting the hair in the house?
You kind of came up to it. No, the curtains on the window were closed, so we couldn't even see inside with our phones. And we couldn't really hear anything aside from the rain.
So they had no idea what the state of the house was until they got inside. Was that deliberate, or just a coincidence? Nothing happened while I was waiting at the front door either. How long were you alone? Couldn't it have been more than a couple minutes? Maybe like 3 minutes at most. Then Kai and Bernard came back. We waited a couple minutes, pounded on the door some, and kept calling back. And then you showed up. I see. Thank you. I have a better grasp of the timeline now. Kai showed up first, so you could have been inside or done something else while he was alone. Not that I really saw any evidence of that, but I should at least keep the possibility in mind. Mio was only alone for about 3 minutes. That might have been enough time to tamper with something. I knew that I'd have to keep my eyes open for anything that seemed off.
Bernard secretly murdered Vic, totally.
This room seems extremely well decorated. Someone put a lot of work into this.
That's Vic for you, a fanatic perfectionist. He doesn't have to go out in all the decorations, but every year he does.
I think it's kind of sweet the way he does all of this for us.
Except the time he had that damned haunted animatronic doll that scared the bejesus out of me. That was a good year.
So he does all this himself?
Yep. Always likes to make the party a big surprise. Seems that's the same way this year, too. Figured that you're part of the decorations now, too.
I pointed at me and I stared blankly at him. I am no decoration to be gawked at.
Right. Well, if that's everything, let me get back to pulling out all these bottles. They were a pain to pack up, and I don't want anyone tripping over them.
Go ahead, I'll simply observe for the time being.
A new clue has been recorded.
Claire, did you notice the clue you got?
Gria, are you breaking the fourth wall? House decorations. Location, living room. The lounge of the house is extravagantly decorated, including fake cobwebs, nooses, creepy paintings, fake spiders, bat stickers, and jack-o'-lanterns. According to the others, Victor does all the decorating himself. That's not for Gria, that's for you? Okay, wait. So this is another entity entirely.
Alright, so that'll be you.
Okay. Gria solved this mystery from the clues she found. Will you manage to do the same before her final reveal? Pay attention to the clues. At the end of the investigation, you'll get another message before the big reveal. See if you can figure it out before the mystery is explained. Good luck.
I step back and let the others get back to their duties.
Okay, so hold on.
Not that I was...
I was about to say, before we go further, since the game is literally tipping us off to try to solve it before we get revealed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kai shows up first, then Bernard, then Mio. Oh, sorry, Mio, then Bernard, right?
Yeah.
Kai is physically strong. Seems the physically strongest. Bernard seems like he's the most nervous wreck out here. And Mio kind of just seems like, oh, it's a normal day, whatever, right? Mio doesn't want to get her shit dirty, but they didn't know about the rain. My theory, because of how nervous Bernard is, other than being just a scaredy cat, I'm jokingly saying Bernard probably murdered Vic. Or if Bernard actually helped, was an... Yes, Mio does have the best eyeball dress too. If Bernard helped, I wonder if it was genuinely an accident. But that's just my theory at the moment. You know?
I'm saying, and this is my thought, that I think it was Mio.
You think it was Mio?
And here's my reason why. Just because one of them said that they arrived first doesn't mean that another one didn't arrive beforehand, committed the murder, and then left and came back.
That's actually exactly what I had just said with Bernard too. What if Bernard
And the fact that she was alone at the front door for 3 minutes, she could basically make sure that the door was locked 100%.
But the counteract to that is Kai said he arrived first, quote unquote, and said the door was in fact locked. So
one of them should have a key.
Realistically, one of them should have a key, knowing how this friendship tends to be, right? Again, we have limited data, but
I'm still leaning towards Mia.
That's what I said. I'm leaning towards Bernard, but you know, we could both be wrong and secretly be Kai this entire time.
Yep.
But that implication
I think we need a little bit more evidence.
Yeah, I think we need more evidence. I'm either Bernard or an accident, and you're on Team Mio at the moment.
Not that I was going to sit back for too long, now that it was time to get personal. I'd have a small chat with each of them before I gave them a slight push to find out where their friend had disappeared to.
Okay, so who do we want to start with?
I'm gonna leave that to you.
So my thought was like, okay, well, I'm saying Bernard, you're saying Mio. I think we should split the difference and go Kai.
Alright, let's talk to Kai first. I walked over to Kai, who was organizing the bottles. The drinks ranged from soda to whiskey to even some water bottles, each with tamper-proof seals still unopened. He was always so worried about people messing with their food and drinks.
Okay, so poisons are it seems like it's off the menu here.
Nobody's suspecting Gria then?
Nobody's suspecting Gria. Exactly.
Quite the selection you have there.
Well, what's a party without alcohol?
A party? Alcohol isn't needed to have a good time. Kai rolled his eyes.
Well, yeah, it makes things better, that's for sure. Vic knows that as well as anybody. That's why he asked me to get drinks.
Was there any particular reason why he asked you specifically?
Because I know the best places to get it for cheap without sacrificing quality. There aren't a lot of stores around here, so knowing where to get good booze is handy skill. Hold up, I keep hearing that little ding, like, audio cue. Do you keep hearing that?
Yep.
Oh, okay, hold on. There is a save and load option, so we might want to... I didn't really explore the UI too much, but the UI is actually really well laid out. I just was like, wait a second, is this up? Is this like to rewind? What's going on? I'm going to hit a save here real quick, just to be on the safe side. So, there aren't a lot of stores around here, so knowing where to get good booze is a handy skill. One that I've perfected over the years.
What an impressive skill that will certainly aid you in the future.
I mean, it probably comes in handy if you're on a budget. But, more importantly, I can mix these things up into something real tasty once the party gets going. Yeah,
So
honestly...
Victor fellow invited you. Yep, I heard
Sorry.
that ping again.
Yeah, same, right? Yeah, it is unreal to know that literally this was just 1 month. Like, it's really... it is really impressive. And the thing is, like, yeah, sure, the scythe stands out for the framing of the box, but it doesn't hinder anything, which is really nice. The contrast of the names against the scythe really help. And on top of that, it helps very clearly define where the UI is versus looking at the environment and everything. So it helps. It's really nice. Not to mention, just hold on. Is there a way to hide the UI temporarily? Okay. I was gonna say I like the fact that you can really look at the characters and see little details like the faded design underneath the red on Kai's costume, as well as like the ribbing on the corset that Gria's wearing. Like, there's a lot of little detail. It's really nice to see. Press H or click the sneaky scythe lens. Oh, that's useful. Thanks, Cyber. That's cool.
That's actually neat.
Yeah, it's
So
okay.
cool.
She's wearing jeans. She's whole ass wearing jeans. You know, that makes sense. Jeans, pouch. Looks like she got bracers in case she has to do like combat or something. Interesting.
I kind of want to cosplay her now.
I mean, yeah, I can understand that, right? I mean, I'd totally dress up as Bernard at this moment because I like owls a lot. So, alrighty, there we go.
So this Victor fellow invited you to be the bartender. That makes so much more sense.
He invited me because I'm his friend. There's not much more to it than that.
How long have you known him for?
Since we were in kindergarten, I think. So, quite a long time. The guy's always been a bit of a...
A dick?
Wait, what?
A weirdo?
No, not a weirdo. I mean, sure, he's weird, but he's more... eccentric. That's the word.
Isn't that the same as weird?
Weird is like insulting. Eccentric has a more positive spin, doesn't it?
They both mean strange and out of the ordinary, but I suppose that eccentric has a more positive connotation.
Exactly. Victor's a good guy, but he tends to get caught up in his own thoughts sometimes. That's why we balance one another out well. I'm the grounding force that keeps him from having his head in the clouds.
How sweet, you really care for him.
Don't make it sound so sappy. That's just what good friends do for one another.
You'd be surprised how many good friends aren't really that kind at all.
That's their problem. Victor and I go way back. We have a bond as strong as steel.
I see. Poor Kai, it wouldn't be long after all until he found out that even steel can be shattered.
By the way, do you have a favorite drink? I'm a pretty good mixologist.
Yes, I would like a piano woman, please.
A piano woman with optional karmatrine that's not optional?
Yes. I don't drink often, but I could go for a whiskey sour.
Oh.
His face dropped as he looked over his collection of bottles. Is that going to be a problem?
Well, sort of. I didn't bring any lemon juice.
Isn't lemon juice a common ingredient in a lot of drinks? Did you just forget to buy it?
No, if anything, I remembered not to buy it.
I don't understand.
Vic has a problem with lemons, so I try not to get anything that might have lemon flavoring in it.
Oh, that's
Well,
interesting.
That is interesting. So he's conscious of what Vic is has issues with.
What about the others? What if they wanted a lemon drink?
Then they can be good friends and have their second choice. I've got to look out for Vic after all.
You know, that is fair.
Yep, hold on. I accidentally opened the save window right clicking.
So, like, as an example, if someone has, like, a severe allergy, you don't go, okay, well, I still want it, so you're just gonna have to deal. No, everyone else is like, okay, well, we gotta pick something else because our friend has a severe allergy.
Oh man, it's almost like me and Raina, when we hold parties, we don't have alcohol served because I'm deathly allergic.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, but just for context, I don't mind people drinking, but bring your own drinks and keep track of them, please.
Exactly.
But I'm personally allergic to alcohol. So my body translates ginger as an alcoholic substance in my system somehow. So I get drunk off ginger ale, ginger beer, stuff like that, the non-alcoholic stuff. But I can still experience like the effects of a hangover and whatnot. I can't use the normal stuff people would use.
Yep, that's fair.
Yep, exactly. The green fairy can have her home, and I'm not going to be drinking it. Exactly.
That still doesn't make sense to me.
There we go. Don't worry about it. I'll just make you something else later. All right.
Okay, if you say so. I'll leave you to organize your makeshift bar.
And that's fair, Tiger. Like, that's honestly fair. People can choose to drink what they want to, but generally when you have the risk of someone drinking your drinks, and like, the host is allergic or something like that, there's ways to clearly mark your drinks and stuff to protect your friends. So the fact that he intentionally didn't buy anything lemon, it makes me... I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna note that down. But I'm also gonna be like, that's a point in his corner, I would think.
Point in his corner, good or bad?
I'm gonna say a point, like a put a pin in that, right? Like,
right. So I'm gonna grab my notepad. I'm gonna start taking notes.
Get my handy dandy notebook. We're gonna play some motherfucking Blues Clues with this shit. Vic, allergic to lemon. Kai knows did not buy lemon drink / juice.
We're notes girl. Oh, I'm a notes girl. You're a notes boy.
Yes.
Notes.
Notes.
I use my notes emote.
I see that. those are fucking adorable. All right. Yeah, I'll do just that.
I left Kai alone and moved back to the center of the living room.
Oh, hey, look, we actually got the clue.
Right,
Hold on, drinks. Location, kitchen. A variety of bottles and liquids used for mixing and making drinks. Colas, ginger ale. Hey, look. Vodka, whiskey, root beer, and orange juice. All of their tamper-proof seals are intact. Kai brought these to the party. Alright, who's next? Because I chose first.
Let's go with Bernard.
Oh, Cyber's like, nice. I jokingly refer to the clues screen as the Blue's Clues because of Kriya's hair. Nice.
Yeah. I walked up to Bernard, who was unpacking various food items from a box into the kitchen counter. He kept looking away from me as I stared at him.
What?
Nothing. I'm just observing what you're doing.
I'm just unpacking some snacks for later. It's not all that interesting.
I narrowed my eyes to inspect what he was unpacking. Boxes of crackers, popcorn packets, some bags of candy corn, ew, gross. 2 jars of cookies with fancy lids, and a colorful candy bars.
I mean, I like candy corn, but I will respect anyone who doesn't, because I know it can be a very cloying flavor for some people.
I suppose you're right. It's not all that interesting. There's candy corn there after all.
Mm-hmm.
What I find interesting is someone so easily spooked ended up befriending someone obsessed with horror. Strikes me as odd.
Is it really that odd?
Yes, while you may be dressed as an owl, I sense you have the soul of a chicken.
Why are you so rude?
Why are you a coward?
First of all, I'm not a coward. It's perfectly normal to be scared of things. So what if I'm a little jittery? It'll keep me safe if someone runs at me with a knife.
I suppose there's some benefit to cowardice. But that still doesn't explain how you befriended someone that's probably spooked you, no?
Bernard seems unstable. I'm gonna say that right now. Well, we both like the same sort of games.
Games?
Horror games. We played them together growing up.
You can't convince me that you willingly played horror games with your skittish attitude.
I mean, I did the other night. Well, I never play them alone. I'd always ask Victor to play them while I watched. But I liked the stories a lot. I just couldn't get through the gameplay. Like SCP-0096. Don't look his face up.
What a strange way to bond with someone.
That was just how we got to know one another. After that, the friendship just came naturally. That comes with its usual pros and cons.
Such as?
Well, Victor's a mischievous guy. He likes to play pranks and make stupid jokes. Even if it scares the life out of me. That's just the guy he is. But he's also dedicated. I mean, he always hosts this party every year without fail and always makes it fun. So, I can't say he's a bad guy. I just wish he'd calm down a bit more.
Be careful what you wish for. You might just get it.
What does that mean?
Nothing. I don't want to spoil the surprise of you finding out just how calm he is now. Dead calm. Anyway, can I have one of those snacks? I haven't eaten since I got here. I reach over towards one of the jars of cookies he's pulled out. Bernard smacked my hand away before I could grab one.
Don't touch that.
I withdrew my hand and glared at him.
We're not supposed to eat them until the party starts. Victor told me, so you can't have any.
Interesting.
Interesting. So, hold up. Get my handy dandy notebook out again. Bernard was told no one to have snacks before party starts. Possible pre-encounter? Okay. My note's written down.
It's just one cookie.
You're not even a proper guest, so don't act like you're entitled to one.
I grumbled under my breath and looked over all the other snacks with envy. Fine, keep your stupid snacks, didn't want one anyways.
Soon. Very soon.
Oh man, I want yummy snacks, look at that!
I know,
Looks
right?
so good.
I like the pumpkin. I like the fact that it's like the frosted pumpkin cookies in there in the jar. Like, those are so good.
I did, but with the owl keeping watch, there's no way I'd be able to steal, or I'd be able to sneak one. But I'd have to get one of those cookies. Mark my words. Alright, so let's see what the clue is that we got.
Location kitchen. An assortment of snacks, including popcorn, candy bars, 2 jars of cookies, and candy corn. Bernard brought them to the party. It's not a very detailed one comparatively. You know? I mean, I can understand, right?
Hold up, I'm gonna check something.
Oh? What you checking now?
Okay, no. I was checking what the flavoring and stuff like that for candy corn was.
Candy corn is, I think, typically just a sugar flavor.
Honey, sugar, butter, and vanilla.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I was checking to make sure there was no lemon in it.
And typically, popcorn doesn't use lemon. They typically use a butter base.
Exactly. I just wanted to make sure.
Actually, hold up.
It's
Popcorn
based off of everything else.
Well, the thing is, popcorn balls, right? A lot of popcorn balls are often, at least around where I grew up. Don't popcorn balls typically use like marshmallows and lemon?
No, but it's not popcorn balls. It's just popcorn inside.
Yeah. Well, you understand why I stopped and like. That's a I still have memories of going to the cinema in the U.S. with my wife. I am so sorry, Zolf. I know how those are. She asked for popcorn at the stand, and the lady asked buttered, and my wife just like the crazy fool made the mistake of saying yes. I will say this, Zolf. Depending on the branch of movies that you go to now, a lot of them are now providing self-serve for buttering. So you can actually control how much you can put on now. So a lot of places enable that because people were doing that. Alright, we'll see you in a little while, Nehru. So, alrighty. And so that leaves Mio. Excuse me.
I have time to talk with you, who is busy plugging various wires into the television. Is there any reason why you're the one doing all the technical work? The others got drinks and snacks, so I got stuck with movie duty.
Immediately a clue? Hold up. Bunch of ancient and unintuitive television cables used to connect the VHS DVD combo player to the TV. Mio brought them to the party.
If you don't use the right wires, you won't get the right sound or video. Old tech is so annoying. And you had to get all these movies as well. I glance over at the collection of VHS tapes and DVDs on the table. Games of Misfortune, Void Space, Technique the Investigator, Gauntlet, Detective Stewart and the Maiden Voyage Murders. I see Annabelle, Rave Revie.
I see the references hidden in disguise. That's great. Good list.
Yeah, some of these are bona fide classics. And that's another clue.
Game of Misfortune, Void Space, Technique, The Investigator Gauntlet, Detective Steward, Cruise Ship Killings, I See Annabelle, I See Dead People, Ray Rev, Gasp, even.
Is there any reason why you're watching them on old VHS tapes? You
No.
could probably stream them. Vic thinks there's some sort of horrific charm in watching old media in technology. I mean, not necessarily wrong.
No? I mean, like, for example,
Makes
if you look at some of the old NES games, if you play them without the scan lines, you see a muddled mess of pixels, but then when you add the scan lines back in post, or using a filter, you notice that whenever they developed the art for some of those games, it was intentionally designed with those scan lines aware, and it added shadows and such. It was so... People were fucking smart with the technology back then.
And it blurred the colors together too.
It helped blur the colors, it created shadows, it created all the details that we, like when we try to go back and play those games on like a modern system without that filter, I thought it looked so much better when we were a kid. Just add the fucking scan lines back in. I'm sorry, I
don't mind the pixel remasters, but like for Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, but there's something about the old games, like just the actual ones that are better.
In some cases, yes.
I'm gonna enjoy them all on my Polytendo.
Yes, you're gonna enjoy them all on your Polytendo. Well, I'm gonna play them on my Polytendo 63.
Makes sense. Did you pick these out yourself? Some of them, yeah. Vic knows that I got good taste when it comes to horror-related stuff. That's how we met, at the school occult club. An occult club. Yep. A lot of people are off-put by scary stories and occult myths, but I think they're fascinating. Every culture has its monsters, ghosts, and spirits to watch out for. Why not learn how the horrors of the world manifested in each of them?
Okay, so hold up. We have a little bit of a timeline here, right? It seems like Kai met them first, way back in kindergarten, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it seems Bernard met them a second, playing games and all that, right? Mm-hmm. And then Mio met them in the school occult club. Clubs like that usually only start around middle school to high school, and at least in America.
Mm-hmm.
So Kai 1, Bernard 2, Mio 3. So it's possible. I'm just thinking, My brain's going a million different directions at once. I'm going to hold off on that for a second. Progress, please. Thank you.
Actually, a very intellectual way to look at it. I take my research seriously. I can tell your outfit looks pretty accurate for Kansa Okabe. You're covering one leg to represent how they're one-legged, right? Mio's eyes went wide, and soon after, so did her smile. You get it! Oh my gosh, I thought no one was gonna see all the effort I put into this. You must be an occult fan yourself. Not really. This kind of info just comes with my job.
Hi, love. Is everything okay?
She's adorable when she bounces like that. Yeah.
It's a very, very cute animation.
Right, because you have to research
Hold on.
to play a bunch of parts, don't you?
Give me just a moment.
Okay.
Yep. I'm enjoying this game so much right now. I'm still personally leaning towards Mio.
I'm. No,
Mostly
Raina came
because-
over, and we're gonna order some food real quick.
Ah,
Yeah. Her
are you
her
ordering
message of,
tacos?
yeah, we're going for Taco Bell.
Is that what Nella just said?
She was asking, are we getting tacos? Ooh.
I throw holy water.
Holy water. No. Wait a second. I'm not undead. I'm not a vampire.
You just get splashed with holy
Shut
water, and it's like seasoning.
Stop it. I
Little-
love you too.
little-
God damn, swallow.
Licky butt. What you doing? For those of you who don't know, we're helping take care of a dog, and she's going blim 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 all over herself. So it's just like, just trying to get her attention.
Sorry, I didn't get a chance to mute in time. I sneezed.
No, we didn't. I didn't hear anything, so you're good. Yeah, I think
Child.
there may be more suspicion on Mio because of that. You're right. But I don't know. So I am at Mio having said you have to research, right?
Yeah, right, because you have to research to play a bunch of parts, don't you? Sure, whatever you say. It would have been more hassle than it was worth to argue about it at this point anyways. In that case, you might want to try and up your game with some other ideas. Give me a second. Mia started looking around the room until she found a particular book and laid it out on the table. I found this masterpiece in an old library that was selling off books that hadn't been borrowed in years. What exactly is it? A catalog of all sorts of monsters, spirits, and cryptids, with detailed sketches and descriptions.
Oh my.
I lent this to Victor because he likes to use it for inspiration whenever we have these parties. I see. Thank you. Go on, no need to be modest, you can take a peek. I promise that the forbidden knowledge within won't burn your eyes out. Thanks, that's reassuring. Mio's big eyes were glaring expectantly at me. I had a feeling there wasn't any way I could get away without at least entertaining the book with a glance. I sighed and opened the book to a random page that was bookmarked. It had detailed descriptions and sketches of 4 monsters. Werewolves, powerful beasts of the night that transform from human to powerful beastmen with ravenous hunger and ferocity. Before we continue, I have a joke for you, Sagrel.
Oh.
What type of house turns into a storage facility once a month?
A warehouse. No, I actually was tempted one time because there was a D&D meme that I saw. It was like, so a player has less than average intelligence, and just like the DM goes, so you approach a warehouse, and it's like, and the player just goes, is that a house that was turned into a human once in the full moon? And I'm just thinking Baba Yaga's house with the fucking chicken legs and everything. Yep, totally. That's a warehouse.
Ah! Contrary to popular belief, the transformation is more akin to a blood explosion, with the skin bursting apart as the wolf-like features push their way over the skeleton. Ugh, gross. Similarly, direct contact with moonlight is required to trigger the transformation, even then only during a full moon.
Did you know there's a way to kill a
Deal with
vampire?
werewolf.
You know there's a way to kill a vampire, right?
Yeah, all you do is you just eat some garlic bread and make out with them.
You know, that was not the one I was going to go for. So vampires only come out at night, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're supposed to be allergic to sunlight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't just all moonlight reflected sunlight?
It has to be direct.
I'm just like, isn't it all just reflected sunlight? Because, I mean, if you reflect it, sunlight...
It has to be direct sunlight. Reflections don't count.
Does that mean aces are immune to vampires? I mean, yeah, theoretically, yes, Cyber.
the best way to deal with a werewolf is to use silver, fire, or simply execute the human when it reverts back to its from
Oh
its
my
wolf
god,
form.
Zolf! Zolf, did you know that I used to be a werewolf? I'm alright now, woo, though. Oh god, that caught me off guard. Oh. Oh, okay.
Werewolves can go back to being human if not exposed to moonlight for extended periods of time. I moved to the next section.
I'll read the book sections to give you a little bit of a break. Huh?
Okay, thank you.
Oh, because of the way you said the make out with them with the garlic bread thing? Aces, as in asexuals, aromantics?
No, but you said one way to kill a vampire.
Yeah.
Just one.
Most vampires are pretty indirect to begin with. Fair enough. And doppelgangers. Masters of disguise. These monsters are able to steal the skin of the dead and alter their bodies to match. Hold on. I don't know if I can give you permission to post the link real quick. Hold on.
Send me the links off and I'll give it to Sackgirl.
Yeah, that'd be great. That works. While not inherently dangerous on their own, a doppelganger's desire to fit in sometimes causes them to murder to find a disguise that will offer them safety. When they steal the skin off a fresh corpse, they gain access to their memories and personality, allowing for a perfect disguise. Send it now.
Yeah, send to me. Also, these guys are cheap and will constantly slam Sackgirl into the wall with a bat attack.
Oh man. They even inherit physical conditions such as poor vision, intolerance to milk, or even a recently contracted illness. Is everything okay, love?
Big family bundle now.
Do you want to do that for dinner?
Oh my goodness. Okay.
I don't know. I'm asking.
Well, this is coming your way.
You know.
You want to do it tomorrow night?
Yeah, we can do it tomorrow night.
Four hand battered.
That's exactly what I was referencing.
Hey, honey. 4 hand battered and breaded chicken sandwiches, classic or spicy. Topped with
I'm putting it on stream.
crisp pickled slices and mayo, accompanied with 4 pieces of our famous chicken tenders and large signature side.
This is exactly what I was referencing, Zolf. This is perfect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you want, or do you want me to see if there's another one for tomorrow?
Oh no, that's perfect, honey. This is exactly what I was talking about, Zolf.
It's also okay, Zolf, my voice probably sounds off because I am sick with the COVID.
Marshmallow!
That vampire's expression in the second
Stop
panel just...
licking it,
Oh
you
no.
goof.
That's so good. Thank you, Zolf. Alrighty. Doppelgangers use their diamond-shaped claws to dig deep into the body and tear it off without damaging the rest of the tissue. A technique that has served them well for many years. Be on the lookout and trust nobody.
That was actually an interesting read.
Then again, there's also this one.
Those are both really good options.
Reapers. Oh, something on my own kind. I was curious to see what they managed to get right and what misconceptions they conjured up.
Mm-hmm. Reapers are the servants of death, ushering the deceased to their final resting place.
I know, right?
Right, though with such common knowledge it didn't even need to be written down.
They usually take the form of a skeleton shrouded in a cloak of darkness, although they are rarely seen.
What? Where did they get this information from? Why do humans always jump to the wrong conclusions when the supernatural is involved? Yes, we have skeletons. That doesn't mean we just walk around all bony. That'd be a horrible disguise.
There are many flavors of Reapers, each type specializing in certain deaths.
Strawberry biscuits.
Ooh. Grim Reapers, Laughing Reapers, Withering Reapers, Dauntless Reapers.
They have a 1-piece, 2-piece, or 4-piece.
Technically true, though I'm not sure if the names are a perfect match.
Definitely tomorrow.
Cinnamon roll puff.
I do hate dealing with those overly joyous Reapers. Always laughing and smiling about stupid deaths. I suppose that comedy is a way to help some souls move on, though.
We'll talk about that a little bit later, Con. But yeah, no, those
Strawberry
sound
Biscuit
really good.
Reaper?
Strawberry Biscuit Reapers with chilled lemonade.
I want a Strawberry Biscuit Reaper now. Please come visit me, Strawberry Biscuit Reaper.
I'm here to steal your strawberry biscuits.
No! No, the Strawberry Biscuits have made it past their expiration date. They died.
No! Despite the differences in the name, they all share the same common powers of being able to sense death and transport souls.
Have there been any more subs or anything?
Not at the moment.
When are you going to do Power Hour?
We are probably going to do Power Hour in 30 minutes.
Alright.
True. We also have a few more tricks to help ourselves blend in without being noticed.
Effectively,
Travelers
about when you
world.
start Power Hours, when the dash is going to get...
Personally, don't mind a bit of fame though.
Fishing Reapers, your soul is mine. Not my soul.
Child,
I like eating soul.
Stop licking my baby.
Their work is unyielding and never-ending, leading to all Reapers living long and lonely lives.
I'm going to steal some
Until
of the shit that you're getting.
Okay. Until Master Death calls on them to rest.
We certainly live longer than they realize, and longer than they'd likely be able to comprehend. But lonely? Hardly. Reapers interface with one another very frequently. How else could we hear a claim when we reap complicated souls? Our jobs often have us in contact with many humans, even if only for a few brief moments. And death doesn't toss away useful serpents. Although if a Reaper is careless enough, they'll happily assign the role to someone more worthy. Not that I have to worry about that.
The chew deterrent works anymore.
Now, on to the last one.
I've sprayed the chair.
Slimes.
Child.
Extremely rare
Do not
and
lick the
extremely
chair.
dangerous. The slime is able to suffocate and digest organic matter with its acidic body.
I managed to...
Slimes may appear small, but they may be simply hiding portions of their body between cracks. Never approach a slime.
What?
They consume everything aside from bones, and worst of all, the slime consumes a sentient being.
No.
It gains a cunning intelligence and may start to morph its body to lure and prey. If you suspect a slime is impersonating someone, look for a slime-like tether anywhere on there. Oh, fuck.
I'm sorry, that's not a slime. That's an ooblex.
A cunning slime may try to disguise it as gum or dough. Do not fall for it and simply run. Mio has that tongue wrapping around her body.
How's your arm doing, sweetie?
It's a little stiff.
Well,
It's going to bruise, probably.
Oh, that's gonna fly. That's why they deferred you for that long. That bruise has to go away.
I have to admit that I wasn't too familiar with these creatures. Honestly, humans believe in a lot of made-up nonsense. They miss a
Here
lot
she
of things
comes.
that are right under their noses. Not that I was going to tell Mia that.
Well, like, okay, so we've noticed that the eye is very animated and she has the tongue out and everything. Makes me wonder, oh shit, do we have a slime now?
You know,
I know,
that
right?
Could be why the
The
eyeball
treasure
moves.
trove of valuable information. Let's
like
hope your
a
friend didn't
wormhole?
decide to put any slime-like traps around the house to
Ooblex in
fit
your
the mood.
Let's not talk about the sentient ooblex creature that was in my game at the moment.
You mean the one that I befriended and fed?
Honey, just because you befriended and fed the ooblex helpless victims as a part of the evil campaign does not mean we should bring her up.
Why? She was great.
Oh my god. Because she was psycho!
And I liked her.
Gosh.
She was my friend.
Oh my god.
What?
Okay,
She did.
so for
She
context.
made it easier for me to get a corpse companion.
Okay, for context, there was a sentient ooblex that took on a fully human form, And ooblexes, for context, are a type of slime that does effectively what was described right here. But they take on forms, and they have the tethers and everything. So, which is really spooky, right?
Which she did not have a tether.
But she didn't have a tether because she was the nether. She was the nexus in and of herself. So she would take this human form, run around going on adventures, killing people and gathering information and skills, and slowly going psycho because she had all these memories of other people. And then she met Reyna's character, who continued to feed her.
Yeah. So she's like, wait a minute, this person's gonna feed me. I like her. So then she took out this big gun type thing, fired an acid blast at a T-Rex, and I took off.
And because her character was a necromancer, she turned that...
An undead lord.
A type of necromancer in Pathfinder. So she turned that into her corpse companion. Effectively, the one undead that she can have with her basically permanently.
And I put a
So Reyna's characters are into psychos?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, they are. And this was the human one.
And yeah, this was the human character.
One of the few that I actually played as a human. But, yeah, I put a size change ring on one of its teeth so it could go down to the size of a lab, so it could actually go deeper into the dungeon with me. And it looked like it was like a skeletal T-Rex with like pieces of flesh hanging from it. It could go blem.
Hold on. Nell, for context, it's the Parasite Eve T-Rex.
Yeah.
That was her corpse companion.
And we rode in its ribcage as a type of transport. It was great.
Yeah. Her corpse companion was the Parasite Eve T-Rex.
Yeah.
Flavored as an undead T-Rex in the game.
That was my baby. He was such a good boy.
And she put size change rings on its teeth to help it shrink down.
Just one. It only needed one. That was my baby. That was about as smart as a golden retriever, too.
Hi, sweetheart. Licky butt.
Yeah, she wants your attention, so she's going...
Anyways, did you read the slime-like trap one?
Knowing him, nothing's off the table. Anyway, I should get back to setting this up properly. I don't want to have to battle with a tangle of cables in the dark later. I'll leave you to it then. A new clue has been recorded.
The werewolf
I put the
entry.
book back down on the table and left Neo to her work.
So now we have the werewolf entry, the doppelganger entry, the reaper entry, and the slime entry. Which is now where I'm having a thing. We don't have anything to worry about werewolves because we've been in the moonlight, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Doppelgangers, we have nothing to confirm at the moment, but the diamond-like claws may point towards Kai because of those claw-like appendages on him, right?
Uh-huh.
Obviously, we have a Reaper in our midst.
It would be really funny if we animated one of your games.
Oh my god. And then, obviously, we have slimes, and Mio makes me think of slimes because of the tether in the front of her body. With the animated eye and everything.
Oh yeah, that character is also married to a succubus. That's the child of the Queen of Hell.
Oh my god, stop.
It's been an interesting set of distractions. I need to get things moving. Now playing Creepy Feeling.
Yeah, into Psychos. Woo!
This has been pleasant at all. But shouldn't the host of the party be revealing themselves by now?
Yeah, even if this is a joke of some kind, Vic should have shown up already. Unless it has some kind of long build-up.
Ooh, that's a vampire. Wait, no, that's not.
It's a Jiangshi.
Maybe you should go looking for him.
That is a vampire.
Honey, it's a Jiangshi. It's a vampiric zombie, yes.
That's what I said.
I groaned as he stood up and went towards the doorway ahead.
Alright, I'll go and look for him then.
Really, sweetie? You gotta stop putting shit back there.
Shouldn't we all go together?
I guess we could if you want to. I'm still setting things up.
All you doing is taking food out of a box. You can leave it for a second, can't you?
What if someone eats something while I'm gone?
You wouldn't have to worry about that if we all left together.
No, okay, so the only character that we have confirmed as supernatural is Gria here.
Okay. As a Reaper.
Right? They're in costume for a party.
Okay.
Held by their friend Vic. Which she's pretty sure is dead.
You better not. You fucking did.
Oh. That's a good point.
This must be part of the prank. Maybe we're meant to all go together.
Hello.
Like, we'll come across a gruesome scene while we're grouped up.
Hello.
Why would I want to see something like that?
Because it's Vic that we're talking about.
It's the eye booby.
Uh,
Hi.
if it's going to be a big hassle, just stay put and I'll be back in a few minutes at most.
Hello.
Vic's house isn't that big anyway, so he'll be easy to find.
Hello.
I don't like people wandering off alone, so I considered whether to accompany him. I was about to follow Kai into the hall when Mio grabbed me by the arm. Hey Gria, I just remembered something. What? I turned back to watch Kai go down the hall, turn a corner and vanish from sight. Damn, he'd gone. You said you were having issues calling for help earlier. If your phone's still not working, you can use mine.
That's sussy.
Unless you don't really need to call for help. She smiled coyly. She held her phone up from in front of me. I had a feeling she knew I didn't really need to call anyone, and it was just testing me. But if she thought that I was just some actor, then why was she interfering? Maybe she wanted to throw a wrench into the perceived prank that Vic had laid out. Or she simply did not believe in it at all. Maybe she viewed me as a complete stranger. Right, I'll see if I can call them. I took the phone from her hand and began to type in a number. It's just a dummy number that I used to fake a phone conversation. I had it ring a few times before feigning frustration. All the while, Mio seemed to be looking around the room, putting a hand up to her ear. Was she listening for a phone to ring? Damn it, they're not answering. I wonder if he put it on silent.
She thought that Gria was gonna call Vic, really?
Yep, she must have thought I was calling her friend Vic.
Oh my god.
I handed the phone back to Mia, who pouted as she tucked it away. Really committed to the part, huh? Come on, you can tell me what he's planning. Girl to girl, yeah? What do you mean? We all know that Vic hired you as some material or for whatever prank he's got set up. Come on our side. Let's flip things in a little and spook him instead. I really don't understand what you're talking about. Fine, I'll say it plainly. Vic's always getting the drop on us with these pranks and tricks. We've all been itching to get a little playful revenge on him. Why not help us out instead? I'll pay you double whatever he's paid. Is it really that important to trick your friend that you'd pay someone to help you?
Well, 0 times 2 is still
At the
0,
very
dumbass.
At the very least, it'd be memorable. Come on, tell us what he's hiding. Maybe we can plan something out.
Oops, sorry.
I'm sorry, but I really don't have an idea where.
Holy shit!
Can you not?
Our conversation was cut short by Kai's boom through the house.
Okay. What's going on? What was that for?
I probably fell for one of Vic's tricks again.
Guys, come over here quick.
I felt a frisson of excitement, knowing that the main event was about to play out.
That's a deep voice for a girl.
He sounds serious.
Oh boy, what did you do this time? A bucket of fake spiders?
It's you.
There's only one way to find out. 3 of us hurried out of the living room and through the doorway. We followed the sound of Kai's cries and turned left at the hallway. He was waiting right by the door, face slightly pale as he kept a hand on the doorknob. What happened?
There's some really weird shit in the laundry room.
Can you be more clear? What exactly did you find?
A skeleton and just...
Skeleton. You were spooked by a skeleton. It's like the most basic-ass Halloween prop.
Skeletons can be scary. Shut up. It's not just the skeleton. It was the crap that I was on top of, too. Like, dirt? No, it was...
Let me through so I can take a look at it.
Hey, wait just a...
I didn't bother listening to Kai and pushed past him, swinging the door open to reveal what had horrified him. And boy, oh boy, was it quite a scene.
Oh. Oh, joy.
Oh, that song title!
Yeah, Fear the Reaper.
Don't we
My
have
eyes
Fear
locked
Reaper
onto
as
the
one of
realistic-looking
Halloween
skeleton
Maybe.
in the center of the room,
things? One of the Halloween-
laying atop a pile of viscera and sinew. The putrid smell of guts and blood sent my senses ablaze as I walked closer towards the display. I had seen gory deaths before, but never one quite like this. Well, that's some serious production value. Vic really upped his game with the fake blood and guts this time around.
Why are you impressed? This is fucked up. Even for Vic, this is going too far. I'm gonna be sick.
Okay, sure, it might be a bit gory, but it's gotta be fake. Like, homemade blood and guts, or maybe he just ordered it online or from a store. Hell, he could have gotten it from a local butcher.
One second.
Yep.
Right. It's just fake.
But I breathed a sigh of relief, only to gag and cover his mouth.
Ugh. It smells horrible. Why the hell did he have to make it smell like a corpse, too? You see what I mean? You'd be scared shitless if you discovered this, too. I didn't even realize it was fake until you started explaining it. Hey, rival.
Fake? No, this isn't a fake body. This is clearly a real corpse, even if it has been rearranged a bit. They couldn't know, but I could sense the lingering soul chained to this body. Even without this supernatural knowledge, I could tell those weren't fake bones. The sinew, the flesh, the blood, the smell. While I wasn't sure how the body ended up in this state, I was certain that this was a corpse. Not that the others were willing to believe me.
Okay, I know you're supposed to be like a mood setter and all that, but could you cut it out? This is some seriously freaky shit. We're all thoroughly spooked. You win. Now don't go on saying this is real. Look, please don't. I don't think my stomach could take it.
Yeah, it's just like a joke, right? You got us, Vic. You can come out now. Seriously, you got us. You can go back to having a normal party, please. If you think this is a joke, I implore you to look closely at this fake corpse presented to you. Look how fresh the blood is, the smell. You can even poke at the viscera if you want.
I will not be doing that. I seriously would pass out if I have to get any closer to that thing.
I don't want to get any blood on my outfit.
Kai was the only one willing to get closer and inspect the body.
I mean, to be fair, if Kai's as close to Vic as what he's been telling us, it would make sense that he would try.
Yeah, no, definitely.
He shakily held out his finger and poked around the blood and guts.
It's warm and wet and... Why the hell is it warm? Fake stuff isn't supposed to be this warm, right? There's probably just some heater under all this stuff, and maybe this is just all butchered pig guts.
I had to give him credit. He was thinking really hard to find some excuse for this not to be real. You're free to dig around further, but I doubt you'll find any sort of heater and all of that. You'll just end up straining your outfit. Plus, how exactly would your friend manage to connect the sinew of a pig guts onto a fake skeleton so realistically?
Shut up. It's not real. It's not real.
Here, I'll do the digging for you. I'm used to rummaging through corpses. I slid my hand underneath the viscera and carefully lifted it. The blood and stray flesh leaking between my fingers.
That is very descriptive.
The only thing beneath all the blood-soaked floor being the only thing beneath it being the blood-soaked floor.
What the fuck?
Hi, please tell me you're just playing along. Please tell me you're just part of this act too.
Of course I'm not. Why the hell would I want to be part of something this sick? So it's real. It's a real corpse. Why the hell is there a corpse in Vic's house? Oh god, is that Vic? How the fuck did he end up like that?
Shut up, Bernard. You don't know it's a corpse yet. It has to be a prank. It just has to be.
Mew is way too calm for this.
Vic is gonna come out laughing his ass off and explain his 50-step process and how he made it like his life like corpse, and then we'll just strangle him to near death, laugh it off, and enjoy the rest of the night, the rest of the party like normal. So please, Victor, stop messing with us already. Just show yourself. They were each praying in silence, praying that their friend would appear from the shadows with a sadistic grin and maddening laughter. That maybe he had simply gone too far with a joke and didn't realize it. But the eerie silence and putrid smell wafting from the corpse only made their guts turn and their faces turn pale. And that caustic truth began to seep into their heads. This was no joke, no prank, no trick. This was the irreversible, horrible, painful truth. There was a corpse in their friend's house, and quite possibly it belonged to their missing friend. Please? Are you done with the dramatics? Pretending that things are okay isn't going to solve anything. How the fuck can you say that?
No. She's right. Even if she's being blunt and insensitive, she's right. This isn't a laughing matter, and it's not a joke. Someone killed Vic and left him in this fucked up state. I don't want to believe it either. But what the hell are we supposed to do? We run. Obviously, the killer might still be around. Shut the fuck up, Bernard. I'm not going to run away when there's a killer on the loose. Someone killed my best friend. I'll make them pay for this. When I get my hands on them, I'll make his death look like child's play.
Easy there. One murder at a time, please. Kai turned to me, rage etched on his face as his fist trembled by his side. Alright, so this is telling me that Kai is not the murderer.
Kai is genuinely pissed off, and on top of that, now you're also seeing like the paint wearing off his hands and all that, right? And also they mentioned like we had the kind of, I think they're meant to be red herrings a little bit, like the werewolves and the doppelganger stuff. Like we have the claws there, but they're not diamond shaped, right?
Nope.
And so it's just like, I genuinely think, like, Kai's probably 100% innocent at this rate. Like, he had his panic attack, and now it's going to anger. Right? Whereas everyone else is still kind of in denial. Yeah. And what about you? What the hell is your deal? How come you're so calm about this? Aren't you some actor that Vic hired? Why are you able to deal with this like it's normal?
I said it before, didn't I? I'm a Reaper. I deal with dead bodies all the time. I'm no actor. I was never in contact with your friend. Just as oblivious as to what happened as you are.
Then you lied to us before about being an actor.
First of all, I never once said that I was. There was an assumption that you all made.
I was about to say, she never said she was an actor.
Or one of you made it, and then, like contagion, it spread around to plague your minds. I looked over at Mia, who sheepishly kept her head down. I'll say this much. I've been honest about almost everything. My name is Gria. I was on my way to work, and no other cars happened to pass me as I came to this house. My phone service wasn't working, and I would be in big trouble if I didn't find someone to help me. Help me find a dead body, that is. The only thing I was dishonest about was having a car.
You can't really expect us to trust you after everything that's happened.
You don't need to trust me. In fact, I invite suspicion. It means you'll be on guard. However, I'll say this much. I have a vested interest in helping you solve this murder. So it'll do well for you to at least cooperate with me for the time being.
Cooperate? No, we need to call the police and have them figure this out.
You're free to call the police, but considering the state of the storm outside, it might take them some considerable time to get here. Very true!
Yeah.
And in fact, I would probably do that anyways.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I would still call them, but they're not going to be here in any meaningful time frame.
And from what I can tell, this corpse is relatively fresh. The murderer might still be close. Best to be proactive than to sit around.
Oh, Nova!
For outside help, no?
Nova Witch, thank you for raiding. For all of you with Nova. Hi, my name is Sagril. I'm one of the two owners of the Cafe d'Arcadia, and you've joined us on the Subathon while we're playing a free game released by Mystery Game Dev, who has partial team from No Bread Studios, Reaplaced. It's a bit of a murder mystery, and we're trying to figure out who the murderer is.
The murderer secretly chat the whole time.
Yes, it was the murderer was secretly chat the entire time. Mm-hmm. Oh, Pupper's outside.
She's freaking out.
This game is free on Steam. It was made as part of the 2023 Spooky VN Game Jam. And yeah, you can easily find it. It's really well done. Some of the developers are in chat with us right now. So, anyways, clicking forward. Hi, Spooky Butt. Hi, Sniffy Butt. You're back in from outside. Raina got a Taco Bell.
It's the same thing, and I just spilled. It was yours.
Yeah,
I
felt
want
it.
a quesadilla.
That's the second time today something spilled on you.
I know, right? First my blood, now some soda. It's fine. Yes, that's a prestigious toe. Sniffy Butt.
Damn, child.
Sniffy Butt, come here. Her name is Marshmallow, but she sniffs absolutely anything and everything she can get a hold of.
That's a dog.
Way more than my dogs when I was growing up.
Not more than mine. I was like, ooh, people stuff.
She's a little Hoover. She likes to vacuum anything she can get a hold of.
No, is Nova saying Sniffy Butt or Marshmallow?
Yeah, talking about Marshmallow.
Ah.
Dogs do be sniffing, exactly.
I no.
Are we gonna have to put you in the kennel while we eat?
That's a possibility.
Hey,
I believe this
the next few lines are you. I'm gonna run to the washroom here.
Yeah, no, take your time, guys. I'm also setting up Power Hour because we're getting ready to start that.
Yep. No.
We're gonna have to put her in the kennel for a little bit.
I love you, child. No.
Nope. Come here. Come here, pretty girl. Come here. Come here, pretty girl. You want your food? You almost got away. No. I grabbed your hips. You're going in the box for a little bit. Okay.
Your fries are mine.
That's fine. Take them. Yes, Rival loves to collect physical games. And so, oftentimes when they get put on limited run, Rival will try to grab games that they really like. I just need to move that for visibility. So, I'm just gonna munch on one of the tacos real quick while Nell's in the washroom, and we're at it. So, summary for everybody who's come here. Gria, or Gria Param, is a literal Grim Reaper. And as a result, she has come here on the search for a soul. And she loves souls of people who've been murdered. And all the puzzle involved with it. 3 friends. Mio, who is not on screen at the moment. Bernard, who is the one with the owl mask. And Kai, the one who is dressed up as Jiangxi Zombie. All 3 of them have shown up at their friend Vic's house, looking for them, locked out. Well, they have just found what we were assuming is Vic's body. And now we have to find out who's the murderer. And with how warm the body is...
Who was killed while they were there?
Means that it's still very fresh.
It means it's fresh enough that someone did something while they were there. And right now, our biggest suspicions are between Bernard and Mio. And I'm leaning way more into Mio's territory now, due to the implications of the book, how long she's known them, set between Kai and Bernard. Oh, I already have it set up over here, man. I just have to hit start. I just have to hit save. Honey, I just have to hit save. Oh, I can't save. It's going to have the glitch.
Just said it's going to glitch.
Okay.
So I have it set here too.
Okay. Alright, guys, we're going to activate power. Just give me a second to do a calculation. We're going to pause the timer at 9 hours and 19 minutes. So we need to get the calculator. That is going to mean...
So for those of you who are new here, power basically doubles the amount of time that's added for your subs and packs and stuff.
No, that was times 19 by accident. Oops. 9 times 60.
No, don't pull a me.
559 minutes.
Alright.
So you're gonna have to stop the timer. Change the minutes from the 666 that's up there. Because that's what I had to turn off the last power hour. Was at 666 minutes left. 559, yes. Okay.
Already did it.
Cool. So with that, power hour is now active. That means, like Nell said, it doubles how much subs, bits, and Streamlit packs do add to our stuff.
Let's see if somebody fat fingers again.
Honey?
Oh, we got raided.
We did. Also, you set it back to 11 hours, honey.
Oops. I put 559, just like right there. What you put?
I didn't mess with it.
Let it run.
Then stop
Let
it
it run.
again.
Hold on. Stop. 559.
Stop. Hour time.
Yep, stop power hour time. Limitless. Comes through 60. 720 and 120. Save.
Oh, I forgot to hit save.
You forgot to hit save and then you hit start, didn't you?
Yeah. Boink.
Confirm. Okay, fixed. Power is officially active. There we go.
Hey, Caroline.
Hey, Pivrata. How's it going, dude? It's been a while. Alright. Close the calculator. Alright, I'm ready to continue when you are now.
I read that line. It's yours.
Nova
You're
rated us.
next.
Thank you, Nova.
Mm-hmm.
Best to be proactive than to sit around and wait outside for help, no?
But...
She's a Grim Reaper.
Can it, Bernard? Creepy and weird as this girl is, I think she's right. At the very least, we can try to figure out some things out for ourselves. I'm not going to let some twisted fuck get away with killing Vic. And I'm sure as hell not going to sit around and do nothing. But...
How do you know it's Bernard, though?
Just let them do their thing, Bernard. It's not like we'll get in any trouble for at least trying.
Yes, we will. I'm pretty sure there's some law against it, right?
Yeah. Well, against murder.
And even if there isn't, I don't think I can handle looking at a corpse that long.
Then I'd advise you to stand back, but don't run off. I want everyone close by while I begin my investigation.
Excuse me? Fine. Still gonna go call the police. Even if they show up late, it's better than nothing.
Where's Anubis?
That is very true, Bernard. Go do that, please. Bernard whipped out his phone and brought it up to his ear. After a few seconds, he looked down at the screen in frustration.
Damn it. I'm not getting any service. Did the storm knock down a tree or something?
Hold on. He's not getting service. But when we were upstairs earlier,
Mio got service.
and we used Mio's
And this is not
phone,
downstairs, this
Mio
is
had
just down a
service.
hall. This is just down a hall.
Yeah.
Again, how does Mio have service and Bernard and Gria don't?
Well, Gria obviously faked it, but
Right. No?
I was waiting for you to read the other line.
I did. I did read the line.
It is starting pretty bad out there. Wouldn't be too hard to believe things are out of order. Bernard cursed under his breath and put his phone away.
I guess we might as well do it your way then, Gria.
Good, now that we're all on the same page, I can investigate freely. Don't worry, Victor. We'll resolve your death in due time.
So Mio's
And I'll
phone
read that
genuinely.
valuable soul you have.
Okay, so here's the thing. Mio's. So Mio's phone genuinely worked just now because it rung and then she faked the frustration of nobody picking up. What? The thing is, we haven't heard like a clap of thunder or anything like that, right?
So what's wrong?
But there is actual rain and all that, making things muddy out there.
Okay.
So the question is Bernard faking it, or is genuinely something changed outside? Right? You see what I mean?
Yep. Also, I'm liking this investigation type music.
Oh yeah, and then wheat from the chaff, which is a nice sequence for that. So Gria, how should we start this investigation thing?
No need to get complicated. We can just start by inspecting the body. Kai's face sank as he looked over the mess of a corpse before him.
I guess that makes sense. I'm not getting anywhere near that thing.
Me either. You don't have to touch it if you don't want to, but I advise that you look closely. I doubt I'll miss anything, but an extra pair of eyes ensures we won't miss anything.
Right.
What are we checking?
I'm trying to think about that one. And I'm also trying to finish the one of the tacos. I'm sorry. Just finished it.
Finishing a taco?
Yes.
Taco, burrito.
Taco burrito, enchilada burrito. Honestly, I think probably the best place to start would be the Viscera.
Alright. I'm just following along with you for this. So. Let's go through the Viscera.
Do we have to?
You do not have to do anything, but I will investigate in case there's something of note in here.
Aren't you a little grossed out? You're digging through blood and guts and whatever crud is in there.
I've dealt with many bodies. This one's a bit messy, but nothing I can't handle. What's more interesting is how the body ended up like this in the first place.
Yeah, how do you even turn someone inside out like this?
You might be able to do it if you had ample hours to cut and rearrange the corpse, but the freshness of it would imply that this isn't the case.
Exactly. How fresh do you think this corpse is?
I can't give a specifics, but if I had to guess, probably no more than 1 or 2 hours. Recent? It's just an estimation.
But we were literally texting Victor a few hours ago.
Anyone can handle a phone. Maybe the killer simply pretended to be your friend over the phone.
I guess that's possible. Little Caesar's
Still
hot and
doesn't
ready corpses.
Goddess.
Thanks, Cyber, for that one.
Oh my goodness, I just had a thought.
Oh?
So, what if Bernard's phone is on silent and, like, do not disturb mode, but this phone is not his phone, it's actually
That's a possibility.
Vic's phone?
That is a very strong possibility.
Still doesn't explain how they managed to make this mess so quickly. Maybe the clue lies in here. I thoroughly searched through the pile of flesh and blood. I was hoping to find some personal belongings in there, but all I found was more blood and guts. Sorry.
Good? You good?
Apologize. Yeah, I just sneezed.
I was about to say, we heard like the most weirdest link noise coming from you. And then it muted all of a sudden. Bless
I
you, bless you.
apologize. I still has the cold, so
We understand.
the COVID.
Yes, the vid.
Nothing of note. I flicked my hands at the floor to get rid of some of the blood.
Hey, watch where you're watching that stuff.
It's just blood.
It's not just blood, it's my friend's blood and all the inner stuff too.
Yes, well, there wasn't that much to find in there. Let's move on.
Yes. Please. To the skeleton.
Let's see if there's anything of note on the skeleton.
Okay, sure.
Harry seemed relieved that we weren't delving through the still warm entrails beneath the skeleton with our hands.
I mean, we just did that. What the fuck?
I mean...
Well, okay, hold up. Going back to the clues real quick, right? Okay. Slimes will eat everything but the bone. Right?
But there's sinew and blood and everything.
Yeah, the sinew and blood and everything. But then there's a diamond-shaped mark on his head, which is like the... diamond-shaped claws to dig deep into the body and tear it off without damaging the rest of the tissue. The tissue's too damaged.
What about the werewolves?
But the thing is, they said, similarly, direct contact, hold on, page 1. The transformation is more akin to a blood explosion, with skin bursting apart as wolf-like features push their way over the skeleton. You Silverfire simply execute the human when it reverts back to its from its wolf form.
Is it just me, or does that look like that's potentially a bullet hole in the middle of its forehead?
I mean, theoretically, it could be, right? The other question is, are we dealing with another Reaper? Because there's enough details that like, point to all three of the other ones, but not really a whole lot pointing to a possible another Reaper being involved, you know?
Uh-huh. I looked over the bones closely for anything of note.
I'm not really sure what to look for.
Bone damage. Ideal a fracture or a break. It might give us as clues to how your friend was killed. Maybe even cuts. Though you'd need considerable force and strength to stab through a bone.
Right.
I started from the bottom and worked my way up. Nothing to note by the feet or legs. Hips were fine, spine and ribs seemed okay. Fingers and arms and shoulders seem undamaged as well. Things changed when I worked my way to the neck. There we go. What do you see? I pointed towards the neck of the skeleton. See that piece of bone that's connected to some viscera?
Yeah,
That's the hyoid bone. It looks to be slightly fractured.
Huh, it's not connected to any of the other bones.
Hyoid bone is sort of a free-floating bone. It doesn't attach with the other bones. It's the only bone in the human body with this feature.
So, what, you think it got cracked when someone hit it?
Possibly. Though you'd also expect some other damage around the jaw or neck. This kind of injury is more common in strangulations.
So Vic was strangled?
I can't say for certain, but it's a strong option at the moment. I stared at the fractured bone for a second before pounding his fist into his leg.
Bastard killer, you couldn't even look him in the eye when they killed him.
Probably not, but let's not make assumptions this early. Moving on. The rest of the neck seemed fine, so that means it wasn't a hanging.
Mm-hmm.
Because the whole point of a hanging is to break the neck.
Not necessarily suffer. It's literally the point of a hanging is to snap your neck, not suffocate you slowly.
The rest of the neck area seemed fine, and so I checked out the head. There was only one thing that caught my attention. A strange mark on the forehead of the skull in the shape of a diamond. What the heck is that? I'm not sure, but as far as I know, people aren't usually born with marks on their skulls. Is this some kind of rare birth defect or deformity? Dunno. I reached out and gently wiped at it with his finger.
You're touching it? I just wanted to see if it was real or not. It's not drawn on. Feels like it's kind of etched in there.
I felt the grooves of the skull myself. They were oddly smooth and shallow. Was this carved in after the killing? I doubt the killer could have done this while the victim was alive.
You'd need some kind of crazy knife, too. And some serious precision. I mean, it doesn't even pierce the skull. How do you manage something like that? Who the fuck makes a damn art project out of someone they killed?
A serial killer, most likely. This would be an interesting way of marking it. Have there been other killings like this? No, I have never heard of someone being killed and then having a mark carved in their skull.
Or one where the skeleton got laid out on top of their innards.
I see. Let's hope we're not dealing with a newborn killer practicing their art.
Okay.
Having gone over the skeleton, we moved on to other matters. Like
Location.
checking over our clues.
Location. Laundry room. A skeleton lying on top of a pile of stinking bloody viscera. Certainly a real corpse, but how did it end up in this shape? The hyoid bone was found slightly fractured, and a skull has a diamond mark carved into it.
I'm wondering now if it's multiple people.
See, that's the question, right? Is it multiple people? Is it someone we haven't met? Is there somebody here that isn't being shown? That is not us, obviously. Or are we secretly the killer?
Are you done with that? I'd say so, but that doesn't mean I'm necessarily finished investigating this room. You're paying attention, I hope. Of course.
I was.
I simply nodded. Good. Then let us continue.
Yes,
Now
chat
that I've had a
reached.
good look at the body.
Yes, chat reached through the
Reaches-
screen and just murdered him.
You know, that explains so much. Chat with your amazing abilities.
They carved a bit into his skull now. That must mean Chad did it to fund the power hour.
Oh no!
I
Now that
don't.
I've had a good look at the body, I want to see if there's anything else hidden here. Like any more bits. Hidden? Like what? Twitch bits? A murder weapon, for example. This is a laundry room, with plenty of spaces to toss away something when you're done with it.
Oh, I also want to point out one other detail that I've been noticing. Mio and Bernard are wearing gloves. Kai's not.
That is true. I look over at the washer and dryer. Like here, I believe you could even wash or clean your clothes if you got them stained with blood. Isn't it extremely difficult to get blood out of your clothes? Yes, but the culprit might not know that, so let's take a look. I walked over to the washing machine and opened it. It was empty. Nothing in here. What about the dryer? I opened the dryer and found one piece of clothing inside. I pulled it out and raised it up. It was some sort of strange sort of costume or outfit, not too dissimilar from what the others had on. What is this? Huh? That looks like Vic's Woltperter Wolfinger outfit.
Hold up.
A Wolper what?
Hold up. A Wolpentinger, as in like a winged jackalope over in Bavaria in southern Germany? What the fuck?
A Wolpentinger. It's kind of like a joke myth monster around here. A rabbit that's got antlers, sometimes wings, or a duck beak.
Yeah, they're kind of like so Wolpentingers, right? Like I said, they're kind of like winged jackalopes, and they're known for having like fangs and like wanting to drink blood and shit. So it's like, so they're kind of like a chimeric type of creature. So how do I explain it more? They are considered yeah, Cyber, I am very familiar with all sorts of things kind of occult and fae. I'm fae myself, so I am very familiar with stuff like this. That's just like, hold up, Wolpendinkers? Yeah, you can only see when drunk on Oktoberfest. Exactly. They're kind of a German type of cryptid. Is the best way to explain them. Hold on. Actually, let me grab a picture of them to give everybody a better idea. Wolpertinger. Switch over to display capture real quick. This is generally what they're displayed as in different ways. Like, they have... They're strange. They're very strange and chimeric. Like, some of them look like more like squirrels. Some of them look like rabbits. Some of them do have, like...
And he's got his sharp, pointy teeth, and he's just... Look at the bones!
World of Warcraft has them. Right. They're very... they're kind of the German... they're German and Austrian more. But the closest things we have akin that most people recognize are like the jackalopes or carbuncles. That's like their closest understood cousins, quote unquote. It's coming right for us. Exactly. It's also if you didn't know, it's also the inspiration for Bunnicula. Fun detail, right?
Yep.
There we go.
It's a harmless creature, but apparently its saliva can make you sprout thick fur. And if it feels threatened, it can spray nasty liquid at you like a skunk, which won't go away for like 7 years. Never in my life or death have I ever heard or ever seen such a strange creature. Well, it's not like really well known one, so its description gets toyed around with depending on who you ask.
I mean, she's not wrong.
But that's not what's really strange about it. What could be stranger than a 7-year stench? No, I mean the costume, not the creature. That was Vic's Halloween outfit last year.
She's right. There's no way he'd wear the same thing again. And besides, he showed us what he was planning to wear tonight a few days ago.
Maybe he just reused it for tonight.
If there's anything I know about Victor, it's that he doesn't like reusing old ideas. He thinks it makes things stale. Maybe he was just cleaning it up? Or the outfit he originally had got dirty?
I'm more curious as to why it was tossed in the dryer.
Maybe it got wet, like with water or something? Or blood?
Someone wore it and used it to kill him.
Yeah, probably. It's raining, so maybe Vic went outside and got the outfit drenched? But I still don't know why you'd be wearing that outfit in the first place.
It was odd, but I wasn't quite sure how it tied into the murder. Just have to keep the clue in mind for later.
Laundry room. A Wolpentinger costume that was stuffed into the dryer. It's slightly scuffed around the collar.
Okay, so maybe he was wearing it.
Other guests noted that this was Victor's costume from last year. Apparently he never reuses ideas or costumes when it comes to Halloween parties. So it's possible that he was probably testing it on, gonna probably put a mannequin on it or something. And did he get attacked in it?
Maybe. You need to get some fresh air, Bernard.
No. No, I can handle it. Just air. It stinks and I can taste it too. It makes me sick. If it's making you feel bad, then you ought to lay down. Yeah. Yeah, I think...
Bernard suddenly held his hand up to his mouth.
Ugh. Okay, never mind. I can't handle this. Sorry, but I got it.
Yo, don't throw up right in front of me. Bernard frankly nodded and blitzed out of the room. He's gonna be a liability for the investigation.
Lighten up. He doesn't have a strong stomach. You've already seen how skittish he is.
I'm surprised he hasn't pissed his pants after seeing his own shadow. Oh, come on, he's not that much of a coward. Can you even blame him considering everything that's happened here? Fine, I suppose it is a bit much to expect that everyone here will be able to act calmly. All I ask is that he doesn't act out in a way that disrupts the...
I'm not shouting again. I scared Raina last time. Ugh.
Didn't even last a full minute, could he?
Christ, what is it now?
Bernard, are you, like, okay?
No, I'm not okay. How could I be okay after seeing this?
Well, what do you know? He may have found something useful. We're on our way, Bernard. Sit tight.
You don't have to tell me twice.
We darted from the laundry room and headed back down the hallway. Right across from us, we saw Bernard crouched down by the door. Bernard, are you okay?
I'm fine, but
Obviously, he was scared by something in this room, right?
that's Victor's room.
Well, maybe Victor's room is hiding something interesting. I reached for the door and swung it open. While I was expecting some shocking scene inside the room, I had to take a moment to pause to make sense of what stood before me. Blood smears over the walls and floor, toppled furniture and displaced items. And most shocking of all, a second corpse.
Yep. Oh.
Now that is interesting. I strode purposely into the room, where the others were busy tending to Bernard. A second corpse. I just hit the jackpot.
Double murder
Two
all
souls.
the way. I'm sorry.
2 souls for the price of 1 mystery. Double murder. Double murder all the way.
Across the sky, or across the bedroom in this case.
Sure, it might have been a bit more work, but this was definitely worth it. But just to be sure, I got closer to the corpse on the bed, and sure enough, I felt the intense presence of a distressed soul. All I had to do now was ensure that I solved this case perfectly. Holy shit, what the hell happened here? He was the first to enter the room after me. Christ, there's so much fucking blood everywhere. Indeed, it's a much messier scene than the laundry room. But where there's a mess, there's often hidden clues. We're gonna have to search for clues again. For that though, I need to speak with you all again. There is a matter of importance we need to address. I walked back outside with Neo and shut the door behind me. Bernard was still on the ground, clutching his head while Kai tended to him. Are you in a good enough state to answer questions, Bernard?
Yeah, I can. Weirdly enough, the shock somehow made the nausea go away. Even still, I don't understand what that scene was about.
Don't get ahead of yourself. I'll ask some questions, and then you can give me some answers.
Yes, by the way, 30 more minutes of Power Hour, and then it will not be back until... Oh, geez, we're not going to have a second Power Hour today. I have to end it to make sure I can go to work tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Go easy on him. He's been through a lot.
Yes, we're all having a rough night. I'm just trying to help us get through it. Ooh, now playing creepy feeling.
Ooh.
So, first things first, Bernard, why did you go to Victor's room?
I felt like I was about to throw up, so I was going to the bathroom.
Hold on. If you're as good a friend as you are, wouldn't you know where the bathroom is, especially if you've been to multiple parties here?
Well, yeah, but if they're in a part of the house where Victor... Hold on, I'm going to scroll back a little bit and see if it actually will rewind us into the... because you can literally scroll back with your mouse. I figured that out. He doesn't... It's just a bedroom. There is no bathroom entrance in this area. Which is kind of spooky to me, if you don't mind me saying, you know.
Very true.
So, moving forward, her point about it, there's not the kitchen. There's a sink, right? But I didn't want to get the sink all dirty in case we were going to eat there later. It's a sink, dude.
How considerate of you. It's the only bathroom attached to Victor's room.
Yeah, it's a weird setup. But the only way to access the bathroom is by going through Vic's room. Okay, so there is a bathroom in there. We just may not have the right angle to see it. You know?
Yeah, it seems like that's the case.
So it makes sense that he was going to run right through here.
It does make really weird,
I mean,
design-wise.
it is a weird design, but you know, there were a lot of places that were designed where the rest of the house was so you could... The rest of the house you could see were meant for like guests to come by and everything, but guests weren't meant to stay long term. So you typically had your bathroom be private for that reason. So it's a bit of an older design philosophy that's kind of come out of favor.
Fair enough. And what did you see when you opened the door?
Well, nothing at first. The lights were off, so I felt around for the light switch to turn it on. And when I did, that's when I just saw the mess, the corpse, everything. I ran right out and called for help because I didn't know what the hell to do.
A reasonable reaction. Now that we got that out of the way, I need to ask a more important question. I stiffened my gaze onto Kai, Mio, and Bernard. Does anyone else live here with Victor? A loved one? A family member? Even something like a roommate? They all shook their heads.
Vic lives by himself. I don't think he's ever had friends or family living with him.
I see. Aside from you three, was he expecting any other guests here tonight? Maybe some repairman or a service worker? They each shrugged.
He usually only holds these parties for the four of us. Plus, if there's any kind of work or errands that need to be run, he has us do it.
So you'd say it's unlikely for him to have invited someone else aside from you three?
And that's what I'm saying.
What about enemies? Is there anyone that might wish to seek him harm? Now, Vic might be a bit eccentric, but he's a good guy. I can't think of anyone who would want to hurt him. So, just to confirm, there's no family, friends, enemies, guests, or anyone else who should be living here aside from Victor. And the only people he invited to this party were you three. They each nodded.
That's why we were so confused when you showed up. It's usually a close gathering for just the four of us. We figured that if you were some friend of Vic's, we would have heard about you at some point.
If that was the case, we thought that maybe you were just hired help to set the mood. I see. Thank you for explaining that all to me. That does leave us with a slight problem. I peeked back into the room. We have two dead bodies, one of which I assume belongs to Victor, but I have no idea who the second corpse belongs to.
Maybe that one's fake?
Bernard, if you're about to spiral into a delusion, I'll smack that owl mask off your face.
I'm not being delusional. I know this is real. It's just... I have no idea who it could be. Vic being dead makes sense, but a second person? I wouldn't even know where to start. Maybe there is really some freak serial killer on the loose.
If there is, then perhaps they left clues. The only way we'll understand the truth is if we start investigating.
You're right. It's bad enough with Vic dying, but a second person. I'm not gonna sit here idly.
I'd also rather stay with the group until we at least figure things out.
I also want to stay safe.
Good. Then I suggest we stick close so we can watch one another's backs. You don't have to investigate, but at least keep your eyes peeled for anything that seems off. The three of them nodded and we entered Vic's room once again. Unlike the last room, there were a lot more places to investigate and check up on. Surely there'd be evidence somewhere that would point to the identity of our second victim.
Personally, I think we should work from the bottom up this time, just because I'm thinking he was gonna go to the bathroom first, right? What is in the bathroom? You know?
Alright. Let me take a look through the bathroom. Hopefully we'll find something useful. And if not, well, at least Bernard will be close to a toilet if he feels sick again.
And then we find a third corpse. Yeah, see, there's that was the camera angle I was thinking about, you know? Hey.
Ayo, look at that blood on the
Hello there,
on
Kinjo.
the, towel.
Welcome in. Yeah, there's blood all over that towel.
And there's blood in the sink.
Yeah, there's blood in the sink. There's blood on the counter.
I ignored Bernard's complaining and walked into the bathroom.
Yeah, hello, Kinjo. My name is Sagrel. I'm with my friend Nell. We're playing a game called Replaced. Oh, Kinjo's on the team? Nice. Well, welcome in. Yeah, we have found the second corpse, Kinjo. Was a project manager and did all the background? Well, good job, dude. Good job. We were wondering about the bathroom placement. We're like, okay, hold up. How is there only one bathroom in Vic's place? And then the secondary camera angle came on. I'm like, oh, that makes more sense. We were just talking about that kind of stuff.
It was relatively clean, but the blood in the sink and on the nearby towel stuck out like sore thumbs.
At least it's not as bad in here as it is in Vic's room.
Agreed. Now let's take a quick look.
You nearly forgot to add the bathroom door? Well, good job on catching it.
I checked the sink. It was wet and there were obvious traces of blood in there. It was used relatively recently. Aside from that, however, I couldn't find anything else of interest in it.
Okay, so hold up.
Yeah, if the door was missing, then Vic would have been a ghost to go through the wall. You know, that is entirely fair.
I mean, technically he is a ghost now.
Ayo! Alright, so what's that clue we just got?
Okay, so hold on.
Bathroom sink.
The bathroom sink is wet with not just water, but a generous amount of blood. And it was apparently recently used.
Uh-huh.
My fucking question is, this is weird as fuck, right? How the fuck did she know immediately walking in without any of this information? You know what I mean?
She probably can tell that the blood is still fresh.
No. I meant, remember how it went, psst, hey player, by the way, guess what? She already knows. Remember that? How the fuck did she solve that without any of the extra details, right?
Because she's been doing this for a long enough time.
Probably. But at the same time, this makes me more suspicious of Bernard now, because... Now we have
Bernard is not helping himself.
No,
He's
Bernard
really
is not helping himself. If Bernard's even conscious, right? Like, it makes me wonder, right? Did Bernard come early enough, kill Vic in the laundry room, found out he had company that wasn't supposed to be there, murdered the fuck out of them, and then used the bathroom to wash up and was going to go hide the evidence at this point, right? You see what I mean?
I'm wondering if we're going to be dealing with the supernatural things. So I'm assuming then one of them is probably somebody here is a doppelganger.
There's that, right? What if he killed Vic and then he killed Bernard because Bernard came too early?
Possible.
So,
I checked the medicine cabinet, but all that was in there was half an empty bottle of headache tablets and some ordinary toiletries. The toilet, thankfully, was also as plain as can be. Same with the shower. So I finally checked the blood in the towel that hung near the wall. Sadly, wasn't much that I could glean from the bloody towel. Only that there was a fair amount of blood on it, and that it was wet. Not exactly case-breaking, but it was information all the same.
the towel hanging near the bathroom wall is stained with blood. It's also slightly wet. Meaning the killer had to have been outside at one point. I believe the idea was that Gria is recalling the story from a previous Halloween, so she gradually found these clues and eventually pieced them all together. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. You know? Pleased with what you found?
I shrugged and turned back to Victor's room. Not disappointed, but not exactly enlightened either. But not every discovery has to be case-breaking.
Yeah, I guess you've got a point. But we'd have to be able to fit all this together, right? We have to.
In due time. You can't rush a solution, otherwise you'll just crash and bumble your way through mistakes.
I mean, she's not wrong.
Kai didn't seem all that happy with that response, but it was the truth. A good solution comes from putting every piece of evidence in the proper place. You just had to go one step at a time.
Here's one problem I'm starting to have right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of evidence that's pointing towards Mio. There's a lot of evidence pointing towards Bernard. We have jack shit pointing to Kai.
If Kai really was the murderer, he wouldn't be pushing us to do the investigation. He wouldn't be going along with it. He wouldn't be trying to help solve this.
Well, no, see, that's the thing. He could be someone trying to help solve it. And still be the murderer, because he's trying to frame somebody else as the murderer. So his anger seems justified, and therefore technically makes him the murderer, and gets away with getting rid of somebody else who could speak up against him.
Or, trick question, what if all three of them are the murderer?
Trick question, right? It's all three of them. They're all supernatural creatures, and Vic found out the truth, and so he has to be eliminated, and all of his partners have to be eliminated to hide that. Haha, Holmesian logic.
Well, what are we investigating next?
First, I'm letting the dog out of the box.
So you're letting the dog into the bloody trail, the messy room, or onto the body?
She fell asleep in the box while waiting to come out. So, okay. I mean, let's start off with the messy. Ooh, we could do the blood trail next to see where it goes.
Okay. I'm following your lead here, so.
I'm kind of going by what I think would be the logical, like, backwards stepping, effectively.
Let's follow this blood trail.
Do we need to? We know where it ends up. The victim just ended up on the bed and was probably killed there, right?
Even so, we may find some evidence on the trail's path, or at least some insight on how the victim and culprit moved. Okay, that makes sense. So, I guess we'd start here. You pointed to a noticeable blood splotch near the entrance of the room. Does that mean they were attacked here first? possibly, or this was the location where blood was drawn first. If we follow that, our wounded victim ran to the left, near the closet, and had more blood drawn from them. Finally, they made one last attempt at escaping by running over towards the bed, where they were seemingly caught and killed.
Well, glean any new information?
I followed the trail to see if anything stood out on its path. I passed by the hamper and dresser, each with bloody handprints on them. And notably, a shirt and broken lamp had blood on them as well. If I had to wager a guess, our victim may have tried to throw something at the killer as they attempted to escape. Maybe in their blind panic, they were reaching for something, anything that would save their life. But ultimately ended up dying on the bed. What a shame.
In a very comfortable looking position, it looks like.
I still can't say for certain that's how things went down. Just a smaller observation on my end. Now let's see if we can find something more conclusive in this mess of a room.
There are a number of blood splotches around the room. One trail leads directly to the bed. I kind of want to investigate the body last, kind of intentionally, to see if we can piece something early, you know?
Sounds good to me.
So, the messy room.
Let's try and make sense of this chaotic room. There's a lot of random items littered about. Certainly not how I'd like to keep my living quarters. They didn't keep his place like this. He was orderly, organized, and he wouldn't have blood anywhere, not even fake blood. I would hope that a sane man would keep blood out of the place where he sleeps. But that aside, these are classic signs of a struggle. Unless you're lying about Victor being a cleanly man.
I've been here plenty of times before. I know that Victor kept his place spotless.
And we can make a reasonable assumption that in some desperate struggle he made a mess of things here. Well, him or someone else.
I guess.
Well, anyway, allow me to do a detailed search of this mess. I carefully inspected the fallen furniture, the tossed clothes, and other spots that caught my eye.
Okay. Signs of a struggle. The entire room is a mess with furniture overturned, items strewn out of place, and knife marks in the wall. Got to talk about another
That's
knife.
interesting.
It almost seems certain that some kind of desperate struggle took place here.
I even checked the windows to make sure that they were locked from the inside. Indeed they were. Most of the spots didn't have anything of note, but I did find something in the fallen hamper. An outfit that was absolutely drenched in blood. I carefully pulled it from the hamper and showed it off to the others. Look what I found here.
Oh, shit.
That outfit! That's what Victor was supposed to wear tonight. Wait, really?
There's no doubt about it. We saw him showing it off a couple days ago. Not with all that blood and stuff, but it's the same. How much I know for sure.
Interesting. I inspected the outfit closer and realized that not only was it bloody, but it was damaged. There were cuts around the chest, collar, and abdomen. Now let's check that clue.
Yeah. A blood-soaked Halloween costume that appears to have multiple thin holes through it. Found discarded in a hamper. The holes appear around the torso, collar, and chest of the costume. Huh.
Aside from the blood, was it always so tattered?
No, it wasn't covered in all those cuts. I'm guessing those are cuts. Admittedly, it's scary when all the bloody and damaged like this, but I don't want to even look.
I brought the outfit closer to me so I can inspect it, but as I did so, I heard a jingle. Huh, what's that? I shook the outfit some more and then heard the jingling again. The sound came from one of the
Jeez.
pockets in the outfit. It was stained ever so slightly with blood. I reached
Keys.
inside and pulled out a blood-stained key.
Keys.
Yep. Would you look at what we have here? Could you confirm to me that this is the key to the house? I presented the key to the others, who were quick to nod.
I mean, it looks like it. I guess you could test it out on the front door if you wanted to be sure. Yes, keys to the blacksmith. Where's the blacksmith? I'm sorry, I know what you were referencing, Tiger. But, wait. If the key was inside, and all the exits were locked, how did the killer get away?
That's a good question. Let me think about it. Circumstances of where this key was found made things complicated.
So, key to the house found in the pocket of the bloody costume.
I like it complicated.
And now the body.
Let's investigate the body.
Not this again. Before we go a little bit further, this kind of reinforces the idea that we may be dealing with something supernatural for sure. Because how is the key inside if everything's locked, right? How did the killer get out without being caught? If all the windows and all the doors are locked, how are they gone? It leads back to that idea maybe the slime is a possibility. Hey, Panda, we're doing a murder mystery right now.
That's why I'm thinking it's all three.
It's a possibility that all three are involved, right? But it also makes me question, like, are we dealing with a slime at the same time, right? Which means, are we dealing with an ooblex, which could be have like up to a village worth of identities with it, right? You know?
Possible. If you're going to complain, I'd rather you wait off to the side.
No, I can stomach it.
Good. Now let's see what we have there. We walked up to the body. There's another bare skeleton lying on top of a bed with a pile of stinking viscera underneath.
Looks pretty similar to the last body we checked.
I'd agree, but it's best to be thorough. I could say that it looks to be similar freshness, at least. I'd estimate his death occurred only about an hour or two ago.
Oh. Oh.
Really? That'd be around the same time that Vic died. That can't be a coincidence, can it? Who's to say? Personally, I don't believe in coincidences, but they have been known to happen. Now let's not speculate and actually find out what information this corpse can give us.
Okay.
I want to check the skeleton because I want to see if it's got the mark on the forehead.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about too, right?
Like with the last corpse, I checked the skeleton from the feet and worked my way up. Unlike the last corpse, I immediately found a few scratch marks on the bones. One around the hip bone, one on the left hand, and two around the neck.
So they were fucking
I'm
about to say their neck was split.
Though more telling were the multiple fractured ribs. There appear to be multiple scratch marks on some of the bones, likely caused by stab wounds if I had to guess. The broken ribs may have been caused by someone stabbing through them.
Holy fuck. That's so brutal.
Yes, quite the intimate murder. Intimate? Close quarters. You can't stab someone with that much force without being close by.
Rival,
Anyway, aside from that...
Rival's like, could the doppelganger and Vic have killed each other, basically? The problem with that, Rival, is that we're not just dealing with, two bodies, one that climbed into bed and died, right? They're skeletal. So something had to have come through and done this.
I continued upwards towards the forehead of the skull.
Yep, it's right there. It's
Just like
shadow
the
and
first
blood
script you
covered.
found, this one had a diamond etched into diamond mark etched into the bone. I rubbed it and felt the familiar grooves that were just like the other body.
You good now?
Yep, sorry, it's just my work was messaging me asking for an update, and I'm like, I'm still sick!
Bro, you're gonna be like sick for like at least 6 days minimum. And that's an absolute minimum.
To have the same mark on the second body done so cleanly can't be a coincidence. Is there some specialized tool that can leave a mark on a skull like this?
Alright, give me just a minute so I can disable Power Hour real quick, because Power Hour is over.
Yeah.
So. And saved. Yep, Power Hour is officially over, guys. I'm sorry to say.
No power hour for you.
No more Power Hour today. I'm sorry.
Alright, the viscera of the bed next.
Well, we have the skull marking. I'm wondering what's up with the viscera. Might as well go from top to bottom again.
Okay. Time to check through the viscera.
Not again.
You don't have to look if you don't want to. I took a deep breath and regretted it as the smell of the corpse overtook him. He coughed a couple times, then pinched his nose.
I'll just try and hold my breath.
I smirked and then got to work searching through the entrails. Like last time, it seemed to be just blood and guts. Except when I found something hard in the pile. I grabbed it and carefully pulled it out. The object was a cell phone.
What the heck is a phone doing under that mess in blood and flesh?
Who knows? It might have been placed there deliberately. Or maybe it was hidden. The real question is, what's on the phone and whose is it?
It's hard to tell with all the blood on it.
True. Let me clean that up.
It's
Wipe
still
the blood off on my...
sorry. Rival, the thing is, it's not a downstairs. This is all one floor. At least as far as we're aware. The laundry room's across
Yeah,
the hall from here.
Yep, it all looks like it's a one-floor house.
Yeah.
I wiped the blood off on my sleeve until the screen was visible. The screen blinked to life as I touched it.
Hey, that's Victor's phone. I'd recognize that image of the four of us anywhere.
Well, that's good news. Chances are that we'll be able to find something useful on it then. Does anyone here know the code to unlock it? They all shook their heads. Well, it doesn't matter. The phone's already unlocked anyways.
Then why'd you ask? Hey, Garlic.
I wanted to see if someone might have had access to the phone's contents. That's all.
That's a dirty trick.
Anything for the truth. Now let's see what's stored on here. I scrolled through the phone's contents, but nothing seemed interesting. The context list was small, just Mio, Kai, Bernard, with a few more generic listings for boss, mechanic, and the like. But those hadn't been contacted in months. Search history on the phone was just props and decorations. And some other strange stuff. Giant half-skeleton, skeleton family, silly skeleton jokes, famous bones. Most creative use of a skeleton. Can you identify this famous skeleton?
Hey now,
Well, it's what the guys...
what is a skeleton's favorite snack?
Ribs.
Spare ribs. How'd you get the joke in?
Yeah.
There you go. Work pestering you again?
Yeah, they're like, you're gonna need a doctor's note. I'm like, you know what? That's fair.
Zolf?
So
It's because he had nobody to go with.
what's with this guy's weird obsession with skeletons? I turned my attention instead to the most recent text message that he sent. Hey, you can't go through those. Why not? Isn't it like a breach of privacy or something?
He's dead!
Oh, of course, my mistake. Let's give him 10 seconds to object. You don't have to be an asshole. No, but I do need to be thorough. This might lead us to finding out information about someone he invited. Aren't you curious? I am, but...
It's for the good of the investigation. Go ahead and search. Alright, Cyber. Have a good night, man.
I wasn't really going to ask for permission, but I'm glad that you see reason. I first checked the group chat Mio, Kai, and Bernard were in. Nothing unexpected there. It was just Vic giving out instructions for what they need to bring, along with the time for the party. Then the individualized text messages for each of them. One for Mio mentioned bringing extra cables for the VCR DVD machine, since the ones that he had were slightly frayed and might not work. One for Kai mentioning he should be careful not to drink before getting on the road, and to wait until the party got started to indulge himself. Similarly, Vic sent a message to Brown to make sure he had the right brand of Halloween exclusive sugar cookies that were on sale tonight only.
Second corpse. Skull has a diamond mark on it. Some orbs are fractured. Victor's personal phone. It is smeared with blood. The most recent text messages are from the group chat, match everyone's account of what they were supposed to bring to the party. However, Victor also sent personal messages to the individual guests.
Seems that Victor sent messages to each of you individually. Special instructions like don't drink and drive, bring extra cables, and buy a special brand of cookies.
Yep. Which is, we just already cut through. Apparently it was a bad habit of Kai's. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. We already read the special brand of cookies one, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was stubborn about making sure that things went his way.
So each followed your assignments he gave out?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be an idiot if I drank and then drove over here. That's how you get people killed. Plus, you saw all the drinks I brought
Yeah,
over.
but it says in the note that you did. That's a bad habit of yours.
Yeah, that's one of the things, right?
And about the extra wires like you asked too?
I got the cookies he asked for. You saw them when you arrived, actually.
I didn't get to actually eat any of them though. But that's fine. I'll get to taste one sooner or later.
I think Rhea has a sweet tooth.
But that seems to be everything I could find searching through those remains. I'll just be keeping hold of the phone for now.
Fine by me. Time for the bed.
See if this bed has any secrets.
Suddenly vibrates. Oh my. What are you hoping to find on the bed?
I'm not sure, but considering there's a dead body on it, hopefully something useful. I checked under the covers, which were soaked with blood. I found nothing unusual. When I lifted one of the pillows, however, the blood-stained knife gleamed in the light. And that is why we search every suspicious nook and cranny.
Gria about to take
Anyone
a cookie to
recognize
eat.
this knife?
Bernard, put the cookie down. I love you guys. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Nell.
No worries.
I'm just reading chat out.
It is your line with Kai now.
Sorry. If I had to guess, it's probably a kitchen knife. Might even be from this house. Victor has a fancy set of knives. It might be from his knife block. I didn't think about it before, but if one's missing, then that's probably it. Vic takes care of his things.
I see. A knife from Victor's own home. Wouldn't be the first time that's happened. It looks rather sharp and well tended to. I could easily imagine something like this cutting through flesh and bone.
Please, stop talking like that.
Fine, I'll keep the gory details in my head. I'll be keeping this on hand just to be safe.
Yeah, kitchen knife. Bloody kitchen knife covered in, well, blood. And shreds of flesh, too. Found on Victor's bed, underneath the pillows.
You look like you want to say something. You think I shouldn't hold the knife?
No, I mean, I just get nervous at the thought of anyone handling a knife during this investigation.
Well, suck it up. I can guarantee you that it's safer in my hands than any of yours. You can be pretty pouty as you liked, but I was going to keep the knife safe and ensure nobody else got stabbed with it. Okay, that's everything about the body. Time to take a step back. That was insightful.
Did you manage to make sense of anything?
Yes, I figured out we're dealing with a locked room mystery.
You're going to have to fill me in on what that means.
Essentially, it's a type of impossible mystery, one where the victim is found in a locked room with the only keys inside. In our case, we have two victims that were inside a locked house with no exits, yet the only keys found inside the pocket of this bloody costume. Aside from the door I broke down earlier, there was no other notable signs of forced entry or exit. So it would seem that it would be impossible for our culprit to have committed this crime and left the scene unnoticed.
Hold on. You see, these murders are basically impossible to solve?
Don't get frantic. There's always a way to explain a murder. Even a locked room mystery can be explained through thorough reasoning and logic. You just have to go through all the potential solutions. How should we start trying to wrap our heads around this?
First off, I was about to say.
Do you know any?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, knowing Vic, I'm trying not to read ahead on this right now on the screen because I know we're on the same screen now. Man, a locked room mystery. The keys inside. God, it's almost like there has to be a secret passage, or an attic, or a basement. You know, some other alternate method of getting in that nobody else would otherwise know. So,
First off, do any of you know of a secret passage or hidden doors inside this house? Your friend strikes me as the type who might keep one around for the sake of scaring the occasional guest.
as far as I know, he hasn't done anything like that.
Just plain old house? The most he's ever done is add decorations to it. We're gonna double check just to be safe. Feel around the grooves in the walls, dust markings, some misplaced buttons, or anything. Guess it's better be safe than sorry. Everyone thoroughly inspected the walls and items of Victor's room, but we found nothing. We did the same in the bathroom, but again, no hint of a secret passage.
That was a waste of time.
There's nothing wasteful about ensuring that there's no secret passages. Plus, we still need to check the other rooms.
We're going to check more?
Yes, it'd be incredibly naive to assume that just because one room didn't have a secret passage, the other ones wouldn't as well.
Okay.
Okay, let's just get this over with. We went back to the laundry room and checked again for the secret passage. We didn't find anything. Afterwards, we checked the living room area. Yeah, we found nothing. While I was there, I confirmed that the keys we found were the ones that locked the front door.
We checked and still didn't find any secret passage. So what does that mean?
Means the culprit didn't use the secret passage. What else would it mean?
I thought you'd have come up with a solution by now.
There are other ways to explain the locked room, but before that, I need to ask. How many other rooms are there in this house?
There's the attic. Aside from that, there's not much else. Like I said, there has to be like an attic or a basement of some sort.
Lead me to the attic then.
What are you hoping to find up there? Don't tell me we're going to search for more hidden passages.
We might, but I'd rather ensure I don't miss any clues up there. Oh, I said I'd start getting sloppy with my deduction. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Kai, lead on. Kai didn't seem to enjoy being ordered around, but nevertheless followed my instructions and led our group towards the attic.
I'm sorry.
Climb up into
Sniffy
the
butt.
attic was short.
What you doing? What you doing, Sniffy Butt? You just being a stretchy girl? Okay, go lay down, pretty girl. Alright, I'm sorry. What?
The climb up to the attic was short, but when we arrived, I had to take a moment to stare at the clutter inside. Boxes upon boxes stacked on top of one another, all carefully marked and labeled, so I could see
she
that
does
they
need to
should
go
be
out. Is why
contained-
she's getting my attention.
Okay.
Come on, pretty girl. Come on. Outside. That's a good girl. Alrighty. I'm sorry about that.
All good. Boxes upon boxes stacked up on top of one another, all carefully marked and labeled, so I could see that they should contain decorations, costumes, books, and taxidermy supplies.
Nani?
Vic always had interesting hobbies. Right. I looked over the animatronics staring at us in the corner. If one tried to sneak into this place, they'd probably be scared to death. Luckily, I have no fear. Okay, I guess I'll get searching.
You're gonna search through all these boxes? What are you looking to find?
Something that'll crack this case wide open. That's kind of vague. I don't know how else to explain it. It'll probably be something that we'll know when we see it.
Rival, it was mentioned earlier, but there was a haunted animatronic that Vic picked up and scared Bernard shitless with.
Was it a Springtrap suit?
I think it was the mannequin that we saw in the back. Are you sure you know what you're looking for? There's so much crap up here, you'd drive yourself mad looking through every little box.
I don't need to look through every little box, though. Not with precision, anyway. What I'm looking for is something that was likely thrown away in a hurry. Something that wasn't easily disposable. I have a good feeling it won't take me long to find. So just sit tight while I look, okay? The three just looked at one another and watched as I started rummaging through the boxes, only taking a few seconds in each one. After about a minute of searching, found it. I think I was going to give the whole mystery a new meaning, a new context, and a new solution. Are we ready, Sacral?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Here we go. Take a look at this. I reached down deep into the bottom of one of the boxes and pulled out
A bad dragon.
the empty and discarded skin of Victor.
Oh, yeah, doppelganger.
When I revealed the horrifying mound of skin to the others, they stood petrified in fear and shock.
Okay. So now we have more context here, right? Discarded skin of Victor, which means we now go back to the idea that we are dealing with a doppelganger, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they steal the skin of a fresh corpse, they gain access to the memory's personality, allowing for a perfect disguise. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And they'll tear it off the body without damaging the rest of the tissue. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means that probably the first body in the laundry room... Oh, wait a second. What if the doppelganger used the Wolpentinger outfit to attack... I have a weird... Okay, hold on. The diamond-shaped
Okay.
claws also note the marks. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. So they used the Wolpentinger marks to attack... The Wolpentinger outfit to attack Victor, right? Mm-hmm. Victor then invited Mio over, was probably going to smash, and then Mio has been... Mio's the one... His body's the one in the bed.
Alright.
So that means Mio is probably the doppelganger?
Maybe.
Poor Bernard would look like he was on the verge of fainting. What the hell am I looking at?
Skin, obviously.
I know that it's fucking skin. But why does it look like that? Fuck, I feel like I'm about to lose my mind. I've already seen so much fucked up shit tonight.
It's like one of those creepy masks in our horror movies, but it's like a whole bodysuit. An astute observation. It does look like something you could just wear, doesn't it? I was tempted to try to step into it to see if it fit over my body. That might be a bit too graphic for these poor souls.
I mean, yeah, that would be pretty graphic to see someone just climb into their friend's skin.
Instead, I laid the skin on the floor if it was one of those bear rugs.
Hey, look, it's Scar.
This should give us a good perspective on things.
What are we supposed to understand by you putting this thing out in front of us?
I wonder why the hell there's even this fucking skin bag here. That's a good question. But don't you think you ought to know the answers by now? No, you can't mean. Haven't you thought it strange that both of the corpses we found so far had bones, blood, and viscera, but no skin? And here we are, with only one victim's skin. Can't be. Can't be, can't be, can't, it just can't!
What? What the hell? Why the hell are you freaking out about?
I thought it was just a myth. I honestly thought it was just a myth.
What are you talking about?
What your friend's freaking out over there is the fact that our killer is no mere deranged psycho. They are, in fact, a doppelganger.
A doppelganger? You mean shape changers? Wait.
For once, Bernard was frantically demanding attention.
No way, it's not real. Monsters aren't real. It's bad enough they exist in fiction, but for them to be real? Stop, I don't want to imagine that there's actually some doppelganger in here. Welcome to Among Us. Because...
Bernard looked over at Mio, who mirrored his look of terror and dread.
What? What would it mean? This also means Kai now is back on the suspicion list very clearly, because again, perfect disguise.
Are you acting slow, or are you truly that ignorant?
Huh? I
don't have time to explain it to you right now. Talk it out with your friends. I'm going to inspect the skin.
all right, I guess.
In truth, I didn't expect that would be an easy conversation for them to have, but they needed to have it. If only so it'd be easier for me to explain my theory later. Well, they did that. I looked over the skin and immediately spotted a couple of oddities. The first was the number of puncture marks across the skin. A pair by the neck, multiple ones by the chest, and one by the lower abdomen. As expected after that, my eyes went right towards the hands. I noticed the thick, red, irritated marks across the palm and fingers. They were on both hands, in a distinct pattern. Not much of a surprise, if anything, it was welcome information. The other investigating point was a familiar diamond mark on the forehead of the skin. As expected, no surprise there either. What I was surprised was the red bumps around the neck and the face of the skin. That was not what I expected, but maybe. I hummed thoughts to myself, trying to put all the pieces together.
Okay, weird theory.
I might.
Since we're talking about this, right? The doppelgangers, based on its entry, right?
Yeah.
While not inherently dangerous, they steal the skin, right? They even inherit physical conditions such as poor vision, intolerance to milk, or a recently contracted illness. What if it took up the Vic's weakness to the lemons?
But he wouldn't have any lemons in the house.
Right. So what would stop them from making something citrusy, like orange juice?
Because there's no oranges in the house.
Hold on, let's go back to drinks. Colas, ginger ale, vodka, whiskey, root beer, and orange juice.
Oh.
Why would Kai bring oranges? Because they're a cousin to lemons. Unless Vic's already dead.
Oh. Not sure. I'll have to see.
Yeah, I know, right?
My attention was drawn back to the gawkers, who are now looking at me for answers. So I assume you're all caught up in what I meant earlier. I'm taking a moment here, and all of their foreheads are covered.
Yeah, to at least some degree, right? The only one that has any level of clearance on them is Bernard. And with how centered all of the marks would be, right? If you see where my mouse is on stream, it'd be roughly there. Which means we'd have some semblance of hint that he'd have it. But if we comparatively put it on Kai or on Mio, it'd be perfectly
It looked like it was
covered.
actually further up.
It looked like it was perfectly centered above the brow, which is why I'm saying I'm using their eyes as the measure up, right? Mio's would be covered. Kai's would be covered. But you'd have a peek of it on Bernard.
The terrified looks on their faces would suggest that they had.
I want to make sure we're all on the same page. You're saying that the killer, the person who killed Vic, is a doppelganger.
Yes, I said so quite clearly. Furthermore, I believe that our doppelganger not only killed your friend Victor, I raised a finger and pointed at each of them, but killed one of you. Which is why we have two corpses. Our killer has managed to create a perfect disguise to go along with their seemingly perfect crime. Look at the eye on Mio's shirt.
Yeah, I know, right? It's... Well, like, the thing is, the only one that looks like they're having any issues with everything is Bernard, which makes me wonder if Bernard's actually off the list, right?
The three of them looked at one another, eyes laced with suspicion, fear, and anger. I know that you probably feel some sense of dread right now, but I urge you to stay calm.
It also...
Doppelganger's probably...
I'm sorry. Another thing with the inherited weaknesses thing, Kai openly revealed what the weakness would be. So, I'm sorry. There's a lot of little red herrings going around in my brain right now, you know? Go ahead.
The doppelganger is probably just waiting for a moment of chaos to strike, or at least escape. And we can't let that happen, can we?
One of us really is a doppelganger.
I can't believe those myths are real. I can't. Kai was the only one who stayed silent, but unlike the others who were losing themselves in the horror of the situation, he seemed oddly calm.
So we've got a doppelganger disguised as one of my friends. Fine. We'll handle this. There's an easy way to figure this out.
He stood up and looked at Mio and Bernard square in the eyes.
One of you is that damned monster, so we're gonna weed them out right here and now.
Huh? How do you plan to do that? It looks just like us, and you're not going to be able to know just by inspecting our faces and bodies.
Who cares about that crap? This monster might be able to look like us, but it doesn't know who we really are. All we have to do is ask one another things only we would know. Intimate and personal crap like that. Then the fake will stick out like shit on a bathroom floor.
I get that you want to figure this out, but it's...
Shut up, Mio. You're against this idea, then you're only doing it to save your own skin.
What? That's not it at all.
Yeah, Kai, ease up and let her speak. Bernard, I don't want this killer to weasel the way out of this. This is a foolproof method. Any excuse to get out of it just means you're suspicious. So unless you want me to think you're the killer and the body snatcher, you'll play along.
But I quickly relentless to Kai's overwhelming authority. I didn't think that this was going to work, but it would at least prove useful in crossing off a suspicion I had earlier. Fine, what do you want to ask?
It's got to be something personal that we both know. So, you should probably make sure it's something we also wouldn't have written down or texted about. In case the doppelganger went through Vic's text and saw, like, older stuff. Good point. Alright, we'll use that as our criteria then.
I paced around a fair bit before looking back at Mio.
Okay, Mio, how old were you when you learned to swim?
I was 16? I had to learn because we were all going to a water park to celebrate your birthday that year. I nodded, seemingly placated with the answer. Unfortunately, that meant his suspicions were turned to Bernard, who was already quivering like a leaf under his gaze.
It's not me, I swear. If it's not you, then just answer honestly. There was a freak coincidence that happened a couple years ago where we both happened to get on the same plane without prior planning. Where were we both headed? Oh, that's easy. We were both going to Iceland. I remember it kept glaring at me during boarding until I turned to look at you. That's correct.
Kai's brow furrowed as he looked between Mio and Bernard.
What the fuck? Then, what's going on? Hold on, don't we need to ask you something? I proved myself by asking you each a question. That's enough, isn't it? We should still do it just to be safe. Fine. Ask away. There's no point.
There's no point.
I was about to say, well,
There's no point. The doppelganger has access to our memories. Happens whenever it steals someone's skin.
So you're telling me this was all pointless?
That's what I was trying to tell you before you forced me to play along.
Then you should have spoken up earlier. Oh, gods. It knows what we know and it can act like us perfectly, and its disguise is indistinguishable. Okay, new plan. I know this is gonna sound crazy, but what if we wait and do like a DNA test or something? Maybe it can't copy us on a genetic level. That would be a good solution, right?
You don't have time for that.
The damn thing would probably run off and escape before we can or even organize something like that. Okay, maybe that wasn't my best idea, but I was just thinking that there has to be some way to identify it. I mean, this thing just killed 2 of our friends. What if it wants more of us? What if it won't stop until we're all dead? I'm not going to let that happen. I'll keep us safe. We don't know that. Any one of us could end up being a fake. If we can't tell which one of us is the doppelganger, then we're going to live the rest of our lives looking over our shoulders.
That's only if we can't figure these things out tonight, and we will. Well, we have to.
It's not like we have another choice. I'm not going to tolerate one of us being a doppelganger and living life like it's normal. Knowing that one of you killed 2 of my friends, it drives me mad.
That follows us insane. Either with anger or paranoia.
I know, it's just wish it was easier. I can't figure any of this stuff out. Can you shut up for once? Your cowering isn't helping at all. I can't help it. What am I supposed to do? I just saw 2 dead bodies and found out that one of us is a doppelganger. We can't all be tough like you, Kai. I wish I was. I really wish I could stomach all this and stay calm, but I just can't. Then shut up and keep your blubbering to yourself while the rest of us fix this.
For you to be quiet, your screaming isn't going to help anyone.
I'm not screaming. I'm just telling him how it is.
And how does frightening him help?
It keeps him from blathering on so we can focus on finding out which one of us is the doppelganger. I want to find out as much as you do. No, you don't. Neither of you do. Neither of you knew Victor like I did. So don't go off saying you want this as much as...
Enough. My voice boomed across the attic with such strength that the other 3 jumped in surprise. This shroud has lost its luster, and I'm tired of seeing you 2 squabble with the pathetic monster. You all want the truth, correct? More than anything at this point.
Yes, that's all I want.
Bernard rapidly nodded his head. Then you will cease this incessant argument and let me piece everything together. That will give you peace of mind, a chance of revenge, and safety. No more arguing, no more threats, no more escalations. Can you all agree to that much at least?
Yeah.
Yes. Kai was hesitant, but after letting out a heavy sigh, he seemed to relax.
Fine. Just end this miserable night, will you?
That's the plan. Now, let's begin.
With the addition of Victor's skin, enough has been revealed for you to solve all the mysteries yourself. This is your last chance to think about it before Guria reveals the answer. So, here's the thing. Right. Let's just going down the list of everything from bottom up, right? Victor does all the decorating himself, right?
Yep.
Kai brought tamper-proof seals for colas, ginger ales, vodkas, whiskeys, root beers, and orange juice. Kai is aware about Victor's lemon allergy, right? So, I'm just gonna go. So orange juice makes me wonder, right? Snacks. Candy bars, cookies, candy corn, popcorn. None of them have lemon or anything like that in them.
Uh-huh.
Okay? Bundle of ancient cables. Really, TV cables doesn't feel like it's anything of importance, honestly. Right? Bonafide classics. Some of this... I don't know what value this actually brings, but some of the references here, such as Void Space, reads like Alien, right? Reads like Event Horizon. Reads like a lot more of the sci-fi movies, right? Technique, the Investigator Gauntlet makes me think of more of those old school whodunit mysteries, right? Same thing with Detective Stewart, right?
Uh-huh.
I see Annabelle, I see Dead People, Sixth Sense reference, right? Other than cool references, I'm not sure how valuable this is, if that makes sense. Other than the idea that they're all trapped and they have, like, notes here, right? Werewolves, we have no evidence of anyone being a werewolf. Werewolf is a red herring. Reaper, we know the Reapers, right? Right? Slime isn't valuable here, right? Because we already have confirmed it's a doppelganger.
Not to mention the fact that there's not even an extra thing that could be a slime because there was stuff remaining.
Right. The only thing that would be left behind is the fact that there would only be bone, but we have Viscera as well. So, first corpse on top of bloody Viscera, right? Hyoid bone is slightly fractured, skull has a diamond mark covering into it. That matches up to doppelganger, which means we have the doppelganger thing. We also have the confirmation from Gria. This then means we now have the odd costume of the Wolpentinker. Never reuses his ideas. So it's possible that the Wolpentinker costume was used by the doppelganger to ambush Victor. This is where the first part comes into play, right?
Right.
We come back to Victor's body, right? Victor's skin. Multiple stab wounds around the chest, legs, and neck. The hands have rope burns on the palms, and there are odd red bumps around the neck and face. The face has a diamond-shaped mark carved into it, found stuffed in the box and out. Which means our first corpse in the laundry room is Victor. Right? Actually, no, it wouldn't be Victor.
No, it would be the one in the bedroom.
It'd be the one in the bedroom. He was relaxed. He was ambushed. So that means whoever was the doppelganger in Victor's body found somebody walking in on them, was dressed up in the costume, and was bleeding all over it. Right? Okay. Wolpentinker was put into the laundry. Right? The hands have rope burns on it, which means they used something to choke the first body up. Okay?
The noose is in the living room.
The nooses are in the living room. Bundle of ancient cord of ancient cables, right? And the text to them, Mia was told to get some special cables to attach to the old VCR. The ones that Victor had prepared were frayed and might not have worked. How would they have
so that seems to rule out that it's Mia.
No. That's the thing. What if Victor was killed days prior, right? Or he was killed relatively recently, rather. First off.
He would have to be... both corpses are a couple hours old.
Mio said she arrived last. Well, she was one of the last to arrive. What if that wasn't true? If the old cords were frayed because he killed Victor when he sent the message, right?
Mhm.
And because the timing of the text says the cookies were only available tonight. Mio arrived first and was killed. He took Mio's skin because the corpse has red bumps that only would appear on someone that actively tried to strangulate somebody with like a rope or cable. And Mio did not go to check any of the windows or doors. Only Kai and Bernard did. And if we take a look at the background here, what's a window they couldn't reach? They couldn't reach the attic window to check it. So what's to say she couldn't have slipped out the attic window, drove off while it was still good enough, and then driven back in as if nothing happened?
Yep. Possible.
We'll start with the basics. How did our victim die? Right? Which one? We got two of them. Right?
Alright.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm in full on, I'm full on investigator mode. I'm sorry.
No worries. Okay, so I just got a little nod from Zolf here. All the movie titles are references to the dev teams the devs from the different groups making different games, and all of them are references to the game titles.
You know, that's completely fair. I was thinking they were more closer to... Hold on, let me pull the clip back up.
I was like, it seemed like Void Space to me was blank space, and I got like a thumbs up and stuff for that.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. The problem is I have not played enough of the visual novels from any of the developers to be able to recognize that. You know? So that's why I'm just like,
That's like something we need to do.
But yeah, no, Void Space reads like it should be blank space, yeah. That's completely valid. You know?
Yep.
Rival thinks it's Kai and not Mio. It's still valid, but the other thing I'm noticing, right? Mio's neck is covered almost completely. Bernard's is not. Neither is Kai's. Which, if they were choked, they'd have bruising all around their neck.
Sure.
That's why I'm just like, ooh, wait a second, hold up. So, alrighty.
Okay, we'll start with the basics. How did our victim die? Which one? We've got two of them. We'll start with Victor, since I think his death will be easier to explain. Plus, they'll lead us in the right direction. First, take a look at Victor's skin. There are noticeable stab marks around the abdomen, neck, and chest. These stab wounds match up not only with the marks on the skeleton that we found in Victor's room, but also on the costume that we found. Naturally, we can make a pretty fair assumption that Victor was likely stabbed to death. Makes sense so far. And we didn't even have to look that far to find where the murder weapon was. There was that sharp bloody knife right there on the bed. Perfect weapon to make these kinds of stab wounds. From this, we can deduce that Victor was wearing his initial costume when he was killed by our doppelganger, who was wielding a kitchen knife.
And here I thought the corpse we found in the laundry room was Vic. I can't believe I got them mixed up like that. How could it be so stupid?
That was just because of the circumstances at the time. The first corpse we found, so it was a natural assumption that it belonged to Victor.
But, wait, I'm confused. I understand how the doppelganger managed to kill Victor, But what about the second victim? We all arrived together, right? And the house was locked shut. We even found Victor's house key inside his costume. So that means it was locked from the inside. How would have they gotten that second victim?
Well, obviously, they're probably just waiting in the ambush. They probably stole Vic's skin and just waiting his room for someone to come by. Mio pointed to Bernard and Kai. Both of you were alone for a while, right? Kai went off to look for Vic earlier, and then you went to Vic's room after we found the skeleton in the laundry room, Bernard. So the killer must have ambushed one of you two and killed you then.
But... Hold on. Checking something. Sorry, I was just checking this stuff.
Yeah.
Alright. What? You can't blame the blame on me just because I went to check for Vic alone? Yeah, what he said.
Can you prove it? What I said makes complete sense, doesn't it?
Alright, Dragon King, you go get some rest, dude. I'm no good at thinking on my feet. Well, I'm sure there's some way to explain it, right?
Bernard looked sheepishly at me as if hoping I could explain the problems away. Luckily for him, I could. Not a bad attempt, Mio, but off base entirely. How so? Well, for starters, when Bernard left to go to Victor's room, we had already found the skeleton in the laundry room, remember? Recall the details. It's a broken hyoid bone, but no stab wounds to speak of whatsoever. You already concluded that because of the matching skin outfit and skeletal scratches, the corpse in Victor's room belonged to Victor himself. Thus, there'd be no way for our doppelganger to have ambushed and killed a third victim.
Okay, give me 1 sec, I gotta let the dog in real quick.
Yep.
You ready? You ready to come in? Come on. Come on, big girl. You're gonna wind at the door, we'll let you out, and then you come. Okay. Headphones are coming back in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. By saying that, she turned to face Kai and pointed a finger at him. And that just means Kai was the one who got ambushed. It would work if Kai was exploring alone, then the doppelganger could simply kill him and put his body in the laundry room.
Again.
And after stealing his skin, he pretended to have found the first body.
But you notice she keeps trying to deflect blame off of her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yeah, it would definitely make sense if it happened that way. Are you serious? I didn't get killed. But it makes sense. How else would you explain the state of the locked house and the murders? I don't want it to be you, Kai, but so far it explains everything. It explains jack shit. First of all, if I were ambushed, I would have screamed or something. I would have put up a fight. I wouldn't go down like a punk, that's for sure. Back me up. If you know the truth, you gotta know I'm innocent.
You're flailing around like a fish isn't exactly helping your case.
Are you serious? But I...
Calm down. I already know that this line of reasoning is flawed. Oh, I just explained everything.
Yeah, what Mio said makes sense.
I'll admit that it does make sense on the surface, but Mio is skipping a few steps in her line of reasoning. What I miss? Mio, how did your second victim die? The skeleton we found in the laundry room. That's the fact you failed to mention. Mio's eyes went wide and she smacked her forehead. Oh, duh. Sorry, I kind of forgot about that.
Your forgetfulness almost got me into trouble.
It's not my fault, this stuff is hard. Well, go on. Give your answer. Right, You scratched your head for a few seconds and looked down at the ground. Hymoid bone. That's around the neck, right? I guess that maybe they were stabbed? I mean, the only murder weapon we found was the knife, right? The doppelganger ambushed Kai, stabbed him in the neck, which kept him from screaming, and then took Kai's skin, brought the knife back to Vic's room, and then pretended to find the body.
Both Kai and Bernard Winston rubbed their own necks, probably trying to imagine how it feels to suffer a death like that. Holy fuck. I'm sorry. I'm just imagining that myself, and I'm like, ooh. Ooh.
I see. Interesting theory. One that, unfortunately, is easily disproven. Why do you have to sound so condescending when you shoot me down? No offense, I just wanted to show you why your line of reasoning is wrong. Kai, if you would be so kind as to raise your head so we could get a look at your neck. Sure. Kai tilted his head up and showed his exposed neck. Notice how there's no obvious knife wound? Shit. Oh yeah, I guess that would be there. Looking at Victor's skin, it doesn't seem like external wounds vanish when the skin is stolen. But, if you want something more conclusive than that, let me offer you this. I'm certain that the second victim was strangled.
Strangled?
Yes, hymoid body fractures are common in strangulation, since you're applying significant force around the neck. In addition, take a look at Victor's skin. Notice the marks on the hands? The others leaned over to take a close look at the red marks on the palm of the skin. After taking Victor's skin, our doppelganger used something to strangle the second victim. In doing so, the killer left irritation marks over the palms of Victor's hands. Okay, fine, that makes sense, but that doesn't change what I said. All it changes is that the killer used something to strangle Kai instead of a knife. What difference does it make? Well, we can already see that...
There's no marks on Bernard's neck.
Yeah.
And Mia's the only one that has their neck covered that isn't Gria.
Mm-hmm.
Combine that...
I'll make...
Combine that with the fact that I'm pretty sure the orange juice is an intentional red herring to try to throw suspicion onto Kai, right? And it's often
my
used in
original
screwdrivers.
suspicion is correct. This means my original suspicion is correct.
Yes, but we also had no evidence to start it. Remember?
Makes all the difference because, well, we were investigating. We didn't find any stray rope, wire, or cord near any of the crime scenes. Right?
Hold on.
Our killer would only had
Hold on,
hints
I think
to
we have some
dispose of the
visitor.
evidence. Is it taco-related visitors? After this game is done, I am probably going to be sliding right back into bed because my energy levels are getting kind of low.
Sorry about that. We had some cardboard fall outside and it spooked the dog and making him thinking we had people outside. Sorry about that.
No worries. I did read the line you have on screen.
The art killer?
Mm-hmm.
Our killer would only have minutes to dispose of the evidence?
Okay. Our killer would only have minutes to dispose of the evidence. I think we would have
7 hours,
noticed
20
a trace of
minutes.
something. Mio went quiet and lowered her head. Then, what? I'm just wrong? Yes, but don't look so down. You've given me the best avenue to explain what happened.
You okay?
For now, I now know where the murder weapon is.
It's on her titties.
Titties?
You do? Well, don't stall. Tell us already.
I will, if you'll be so kind as to follow me downstairs back to the living room. Mia seemed sullen, probably because she had her efforts shot down, but I wasn't gonna let her foul mood ruin things. You can sulk downstairs. Now let's go. I led them down to the living room and had them stand across from me, side by side. Now look around. Do you see anything that could be used as a weapon to strangle someone?
The noose is up top.
Is this done? You
No,
still got stuff in
I
there?
still have stuff
Do you
in
want to
there.
put it in the fridge?
Please.
Or do you want to take it with you?
We'll take it with me tonight. Is it in this room?
Yes, in this room. Bernard gave the room a quick scan, but then shrugged his shoulders.
I mean, it's just not like one of the nooses here is like bloody or anything. Nothing really comes to mind. Well, it'd have to be something that you could easily wrap around someone's neck.
Take the box.
And okay, and hold with both your hands. I say all that, but I can't spot anything that fits the bill.
Y'all are blind.
Yeah, they're very blind.
What about you, Mia? Me? I really can't think of anything.
There's also all those
Really?
cables behind Gria.
Mm-hmm. Nothing at all. What about the wires you brought over? Mia averted her gaze from me immediately, while the other two turned to look at her. You could easily use those to strangle someone.
I fucking called it. Mia, don't tell me that you...
Shut up, I didn't strangle anyone. All I did with those wires was set them up by the television, that's all.
But they would be the perfect weapon, right?
I have to admit, it was somewhat amusing to see them jump to one another so easily with just a mere suggestion. I need to temper my fun before things got out of hand. It would be, but it's not them.
No, you stop it.
Huh? But you said...
I asked Mio if the wires were a possible choice for a weapon. She knows that they are. That's why she got nervous. Because if you all came to that conclusion, you'd be breathing down her neck, thinking she was the culprit.
Yeah, but if you're saying it's not the wires, then what is it?
I pointed at the ceiling. Their gazes turned upwards and were locked into the noose decorations that were hanging down from it. It's true what they say, humans really don't look up.
Oh. The ropes. I feel kind of stupid for not noticing that before.
You should. You were gonna start accusing me just because I brought over
Put it
wires.
in the corner again.
Ouch, ow.
But you were accusing us only a few minutes ago.
I at least had some reasonable logic. Partially reasonable. Now, I believe the rope we're looking for is this one. I reached for one of the nooses hanging from the ceiling, though it was a bit too short to reach it. Luckily, I was able to use my scythe to gently tug it down from the ceiling. So it's not just a prop? Nope, it's actually rather handy investigation tool. But it's good not to be reliant on it when basic logic will do. Now for the rope.
To reap the souls of murderers?
No, she likes to reap the souls. She likes to reap the souls of people who have been murdered because she likes the investigation process and how difficult it is to reap them. Because they're not just passing away peacefully, they're passing away bound to this earth by regrets and everything, and if she solves the murder, then she can take the soul back with pride.
Once it's in my hand, I began to undo the knots on it until it was just a single piece of rope. Here, see these frayed portions? They were likely handled by our killer when they strangled our second victim.
So the first victim was Vic.
Okay.
The second victim is one of the three characters here that isn't Gria here.
So one of them is a spirit.
One of them's a doppelganger.
Oh.
That's what we're dealing with right now. Yeah.
So where's the second body?
The first body we found was in the laundry room, but that's the second victim. The first victim was Vic in his bedroom, but that was the second body we found.
So,
To help you piece together.
So effectively, the doppelganger destroyed all evidence of who they were to make it harder for people to tell.
So what we have right now that we kind of guessed is the doppelganger took the Wolpentinger costume, stabbed Vic to death, used Vic's body covered in blood, was found by one of the others here, brought in, and they were killed by strangulation.
Okay.
Which one it is, we're suspecting is Mio, because she's the only one that has her neck covered, and because the hyoid bone was found on the second victim, crushed. Right? So because of that, and because it's common in strangulations, Bernard's neck is completely untouched. Vic's skin still had the stab wounds from when he was murdered, so it means the damage would stay. And Kai showed his neck, but his neck has no damage done to it. The only one who has their neck completely covered
It's Mio.
is Mio. Also, the eye's been animated this entire time. So now we have a new clue. Several nooses made from heavy rope, meant to be used as decorations. These were hanging from ceilings. Looked like someone took their time setting these
Go
up.
in there.
Yeah.
The dog is going into a corner where all of our cords kind of feed through, and is trying to go after stuff.
No, she's looking at her parents' electronics.
Yeah.
Her daddy's gonna be mad.
Plus, the size of the rope and markings left on the palm match. Certainly our murder weapon.
How were you able to tell which one of the ropes was the right one?
Attention to detail. This one just looked a little out of place. This was a bit sloppy and the shape was slightly different from the others.
She got the dot.
You've got really good eyes if you can tell just by looking.
As satisfying as it's been to spot the rope, it's even more satisfying to have my skill acknowledged. Even if it was only by Bernard.
Yes, this is one of Zolf, Nehru's, Kinjo's, and Cyber's games. They did this for the Spooky VN Game Jam.
Whose game?
Zolf,
Yeah.
Nehru.
Oh, this is their game?
This is one. They did this as a game jam with a bunch of other developers, including Kinjo.
Ooh.
And apparently, because Nell got the little nod by Zolf, Bonafide Classics. These are all hashes on some of their other games they've made. Like Void Space is apparently a nod to Blank Space.
Ah.
I don't know what the rest of them would be, and I would love to know so I can go find them. I can go find them later. But this entire game was made in a month.
Holy shit! Good job, guys.
Yeah. Just one of the contributors to this. Yes, proofreading and minor writing ads. Nehru did the sprites. Kinjo did the backgrounds and project leading, etc. See?
Holy shit. That's
It's
really
still fucking impressive,
for a
guys.
fucking month? Damn, good job.
We also had Zeta,
my God.
Ken, and Locked On the team, who made some other popular mystery games.
Did you do shout out for them?
I haven't done the shoutouts for them because I don't know if they all stream. But hold on. Kinjo.
You gotta do Etso.
Cool. Sorry. So, Kinjo Gold Bar. We already have Nehru's and
Hey.
Zulf's already. I don't know about anyone else's. So naturally, this quick project chucked together in under a month looks more professional than any of our own projects that took months or more to make do. Like, you guys all did really well on this. Thank you.
What was that?
Panda did Zulf's.
Nice.
Oh, hey, look, another Danganronpa clip from Zulf. Zulf, who doesn't remember streaming Danganronpa. Yeah, so it's one of those things.
Wild.
So it's one of those things where it's still really impressive for you guys to make such a compelling, like you guys are compelling words.
I'm getting scared.
It is a compelling mystery with lots of little details that scratches my ADHD brain, and I would love to see you guys do another game like this.
Ooh, Panda should do
Bring
Naira.
bring Gria back, please. Bring Gria back.
Panda should do Naira now.
Okay, so you found out the murder weapon was this rope. How does that help us?
Use that meatball you call a brain and think for a second. If our second victim was strangled with this rope, which we found in this living room, then were they ambushed?
Well, they'd have to have had to come back in here and put the rope back up.
Panda's asking how to spell it.
Nehru, I think just
Naru?
N-A-Y-R-U, Nehru, 774. Nehru, 77, yeah, there you go, thank you. They'd have to come back here and put the rope back up on as a noose on the ceiling, right?
Right, not only that, you'd need significant time to take the rope, form it into a noose, then maybe some kind of box or stepping stool to put it up. Now, can you tell me what opportunity our ambusher
Box?
killer would have had to do all that?
Do you want to go in the box?
I'll do the thinking for you.
Do you want to be
They
put in
wouldn't
the
have
box?
had an opportunity. You were with us ever since we found the first body. Therefore, you couldn't have put the rope back up on the ceiling. I always had my eye on Mio, and we were already explained why Bernard couldn't be ambushed.
Oh, great. So I'm innocent then. Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of what she was proving the whole time. This was just all Mio's idea in the first place.
Fine, you made your point. Maybe there wasn't an ambush. But then, how do you explain how the house was locked when we found the keys inside of Vic's clothes? How do you explain the death of the second victim? It's rather simple. We deducted that our killer strangled the second victim with his rope, and he would need ample time to reset it afterwards. Since no such opportunities occurred after we entered the house, this means that our killer must have strangled a second victim before the time.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're saying that the doppelganger killed one of us before we even got here?
Precisely. That's precisely what I'm saying. Only a logical explanation. Here's what I think happened. After stabbing Victor to death, our doppelganger stole his skin and then cleaned up of their appearance. The bloody sink and towel in the bathroom leads me to believe that they were wiping away any leftover blood on the skin of Victor's body. Afterwards, they got dressed in a Halloween outfit that Victor wore last year.
Oh. Because if they're seen with that bloody messed up outfit, they might raise suspicion.
After getting all dressed up, they simply had to wait for the second victim to arrive. One of you three. And what if you did? I imagine you might have been a bit confused by the doppelgangers having put on Victor's previous costume, but it wasn't enough to look any deeper. Doppelganger pretending to adjust one of the nooses hanging from the ceiling, took it off and then strangled our second victim. The second victim died. They simply moved the body over to the laundry room, tossed the old outfit in the dryer, and discarded Victor's skin in the attic. Once they had done that, they removed the second victim's costume, stole their skin, and perfected their disguise. A body that didn't have stab wounds, blood stains, or a damaged costume. In the remaining time they had left, they remade the noose and quickly hung it back on the ceiling, then took Victor's house key. Once they left, they merely locked the door behind them, went back to their victim's car, and pretended to arrive sometime later to complete the illusion. When you put it all together, it's a rather simple trick, isn't it? It does make sense. Oh, no, that's your line.
No, I've done that to you a couple times too. I understand. It does make sense. But it was confusing since we weren't sure about this when the second victim died.
Hold on, there's still one problem you didn't explain. In your scenario, the doppelganger would have had the keys on them when they went into the house. So how did it end up in Victor's room? They just needed the opportunity to put it inside Victor's bloody costume. Oh, yes, duh. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute, right? Why are you looking so spooked, Bernard? We're almost at the finish line. Kai, if Gria is right, that means there's only two people who could have put the key into Victor's costume. It would have to have been someone who wasn't being watched and could have gone to Victor's room, right? Oh. Why does the suspicion always end up back on us?
Well, you only have yourselves to blame.
It's not my fault that I felt sick. And when I went off alone, I asked other people to come with me. Oh god, is it Bernard? Because Bernard's the only one that went to Victor's room.
Bernard is the only one that went to Victor's room, but don't forget as well that Kai went off by himself first.
Right, I'm not denying that.
Be that as it may, both of you would have had the opportunity to drop the key off, and thus you two are the main suspects.
This is bullshit. Come on, even after all this, I'm still somehow a suspect.
Phew, finally some of the heat comes off me. So, how are we gonna figure out which one of these two is the fake? That's a good question. I was hoping one of them had tracked blood on their shoes, but seems they cleaned off that end. Our killer's been careful to get rid of whatever evidence that could directly identify who they were.
Wait, I have an idea. One of us was strangled by the rope, right? Maybe there'd be some markings on our necks? That's a good point. Maybe they didn't account for that. Which, Kai is covered in makeup, so wait a second. I showed it off before, I'll do it again if it proves I'm innocent.
His head to expose his neck, and sure enough, seemed completely clear of any trauma or signs of visible injury.
I'm fine doing it too if it clears my name.
Bernard showed off his neck, and again, there were no signs of injury.
Huh? But at least one of us should have had some kind of injury, right? Yeah. Unless Gria was wrong and the rope wasn't used.
If you think I'm wrong, then by all means explain what other weapon was used and when.
Don't act all haughty because we found a flaw in your logic for once.
My logic's not flawed. Not all strangulations lead to visible injuries on the outside.
Well, that's convenient. Oh, but what about our nails? Maybe the victim had strangulation, got some rope or blood in their fingernails when they struggled?
You're free to check, but do you think that our doppelganger wouldn't notice something like that?
Even so, we might check. Maybe we'll get lucky.
You do realize the two of you are wearing gloves, and that Kai has such long fingernails that we'd likely have noticed damage or missing extensions for the costume, right? Despite my words, they each showed off their hands, as I expected none of them had any rope strands or blood or such on their nails.
Man, the only person who didn't show off their neck is Mio.
The gloves also didn't show any signs of damage.
Damn it. What the hell are we left with then? Did we miss something?
There has to be something we can use to identify who got strangled.
Maybe we should do another look around the bodies just to be sure?
No, there's no need for that. We have everything we need right in this room. Key in determining who was strangled is simple. You need to figure out who showed up first. You make it sound so easy, but we don't have a clue as to who came first.
Well, Kai was the first one to show up at the house. At least, I saw him already there. Shut up. We already talked about how the killer could have just waited a couple minutes before showing up. The order we arrived at the house didn't matter. Fine.
Yeah, just tell us. What do we need to do or show to figure out who's the doppelganger? And there we were, at the finale, the final push for the truth. Time for the fireworks. Mia, you personally don't need to do anything except make sure that these two stay in line.
We're not going to try anything. Yeah, all we want is the truth.
I hope you'll keep your word. I won't tolerate anyone interrupting my deductions. Now, there's one piece of evidence that you three have overlooked. Or rather, one detail on a piece of evidence we've already looked at. Do you all remember the small red bumps on the neck and face of the skin?
Which is what I had mentioned, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was too focused on all the stab wounds.
I did see them, but I wasn't really sure how they relate to Victor's death. You seem to be deep in thought. You recognized those bumps, didn't you? They weren't from an injury or a bug bite or anything of the sort. Those were hives from an allergic reaction. You told me earlier that Victor had a problem with lemons, which is why you didn't have any drinks that included lemon flavoring or even lemon juice. At first I thought that you must mean he didn't like the taste of lemons, or that it was just a personal preference thing. But after seeing those hives on the skin, I knew that he had an allergy.
Yeah, that's no secret to any of us. We all knew he was allergic to lemons. What's that got to do with anything?
Mia, I believe one unique trait amongst doppelgangers is that when they steal the skin off a corpse, they inherit not just the memories, but also the physical traits unique to the identity they steal. That would mean, while disguised as Victor, the doppelganger would have also been allergic to lemons. That's correct? Our doppelganger didn't give the real Victor some kind of lemon drop before killing him. No, what really happened was the first guest to arrive gave something lemon flavor to our doppelganger, and triggered an allergic reaction. Something like a food or a drink.
Whoa. I don't have any lemon-flavored food. I knew Victor was allergic. I wouldn't want to hurt him. Same here. Like hell, I'd go give my best friend something that'd make him suffer.
And yet it happened. One of you had nefarious intentions. In fact, maybe you just wanted to play a little prank on your friend.
And it all leads back to
Little
Miho.
little trick-or-treat action to make up for all the times he's pranked you.
That's just too cruel.
Don't despair, it's actually a good thing. It was ultimately an unforeseen complication for our doppelganger. There's no way that they could have known one of you would have pranked them like this, and additionally, didn't have time to properly clean it up. With the other guests on their way, the doppelganger would have had to decide the most important thing to deal with. I imagine the lemon-related item would not fall under this. You say that, but what if they did? What if the drinks got dumped into the sink, or the food was just tossed outside? Then we'll look for an empty bottle or spare crumbs, but we won't have to do that. Because our doppelganger has left all the evidence we need, right here. I walked over to the kitchen where the unpacked drinks and snacks were left out.
Hold up.
You...
There are lemons in the bowl with the apples.
You all played your parts, didn't you? You brought over everything that was asked of you. So let's check all these items and see what might have a hint of lemon in them.
Go ahead. I'm confident. I wouldn't bring anything that would hurt Victor. Same here. Look at all the boxes and jars. Not one of them has anything flavored with lemons.
Interesting word choices there. First check the snacks, looking over each box, bag, and jar laid out. I occasionally glanced at Bernard, as I looked over each package. Potato chips, popcorn, candy corn, chocolate bars, a special brand of Halloween sugar cookies.
The cookies. I'm sorry. Victor specifically asked for them. They've got a gooey raspberry flavored center that's supposed to look a lot like blood.
Right, well, I can't really imagine anyone making a lemon flavored potato chips, so according to these labels, you're in the clear. I'm still mad that you didn't share any with me earlier.
Sorry.
Despite the apology, he seemed relieved that I had gotten off his case. So let's have a look at the drinks then.
I need to move a little bit, huh? Watch your toes. Okay, there we go.
I looked anxious, but stood firm in place as I looked over each of the drinks. I see colas, ginger ale, vodka, whiskey, root beer, orange juice.
See, there's nothing that has lemon in it. Everything is...
Kai, do you think it'd be funny to replace the contents of one of those bottles with a bit of lemonade?
The fuck?
I mean, it would be funny, but all of them have their tamper-proof... Because, going back to the drink clear real quick. All the tamper-proof seals are intact.
Uh-huh.
Except there's ways to put tamper-proof stuff on.
Funny? No, I don't think it'd be funny.
I think it'd be hilarious. You wouldn't even need to put much into it to trigger a reaction. You could even use something like a squirt of lemon juice.
I told you already, I didn't do something like that. I wouldn't hurt Victor like that. Oh wow, he's breaking down now. Finally.
Calm down, you drama queen. I know you wouldn't.
Huh?
I was just talking like that to illustrate the point. In order to do something like that, you need to open one of these bottles first.
I mean, yeah, that's obvious.
And in doing so, you'd break the tamper-proof seal on the bottles.
Tamper-proof seal?
Yes, those tamper-proof seals that snap open when you twist the top off. Each of the bottles still has them on, so none of them have been opened. Ah, that makes sense. On the other hand, I walked back over to the snacks and picked up 2 of the cookie jars that Bernard had left on the counter. Bernard stiffened up as he watched me put the cookie jars on display. Bernard, care to explain how this jar over here has its seal opened?
Oh... I don't know what you're talking about. Both of them are still closed. I never even had a chance to snack on them.
Right, so you say. But, can you hear this? I pressed a finger on the top of each jar. One of them had a distinctive popping sound as the lid bounced up and down. Oh shit, yeah. They always put those things on the jars, don't they? It's like if it pops up, it means it's been opened.
Then that jar was opened earlier. Hold on, I didn't open it. It must have been opened by someone at the store. It's an honest mistake. I just didn't notice it when I was buying it.
An honest mistake, huh?
Yes, that's all it is. And besides, look at the label in the jar. Those are just normal sugar cookies. Even if they got open, all that would happen is someone would have had a bite to eat of some regular sugar cookies. So there's nothing wrong with them.
You even have an odd obsession over the label on this jar rather than its contents, Bernard.
Oh god. Was I right then?
Now that I'm looking at it closer, doesn't it seem a little out of place? Almost kind of rough? Like it was just peeled off one jar and put onto another?
Oh God. That's just. I mean, there's no way you could prove something like that. It's just a label. That's all it is.
I don't like this. Oh no.
Is that a
Can't
challenge?
take the test.
Well, let's put it to the test then. All this investigation has made me peckish. Anyone in the mood for a snack? Bernard was shaking like a feather in a hurricane, and sweat was rolling down his face as I unscrewed the top of the jar.
You can't. You can't.
Jeez, Bernard, just calm down. It's just a cookie. No need to get so frantic. I reached down and pulled out 4 sugar cookies. Everyone, I implore you to take one and tell me how it tastes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
I walked over to Bernard and placed one in his hand. This is what you get for not letting me have one earlier.
Mm.
Alright then. On 3, we savor the sweet taste of victory. 1, 2, 3.
Crunch.
As we all bit into the snacks. Oh my God. I'm sorry.
I got the Tootsie Roll owl in my head.
Yeah, I know.
1, a 2, a 3. Crunch.
3.
Yes.
Sorry.
A 1, a 2, a 3.
As we all bit into the snacks, the sweet taste rolled through our mouths. But along with that came another sour and tart sensation.
Don't like that.
Motherfucker.
The gooey filling wasn't raspberry, but lemon.
Fucking called it. It was Bernard. Reap what you sow. You win. You got me.
Bernard had collapsed to his knees on the ground, head hung low. Took you long enough to give up. Tell us what happened.
What is there to say? You got it pretty much spot on. I showed up to the house looking for helpless victims and saw an opportunity. All it took was the knock on the door. Victor opened it. He probably just thought I was a trick-or-treater and didn't think of me as a threat. I forced my way inside, and when it was clear that I was dangerous, he made a run for it. I grabbed a knife, chased him to his room, and, well, I finished the job there. You sick fuck.
I grabbed the doppelganger by the collar and lifted him into the air.
I had to kill you for what you did, you.
Before you do that, mind letting him finish his story? I need to ensure that I got the whole truth from his lips.
What for? He confessed.
Hold a formality. I need these details to do my job as the Reaper correctly. Alright, Kai, let him finish. Maybe then we'll get our revenge. Kai released his grip on the doppelganger, who weakly flopped back onto the ground. So, after you killed Victor, I assume you took his skin.
Yes, and when I got the memories that he was hosting a party, I knew I had a chance to make things interesting. So I cleaned up the skin a little, found a new outfit to put on, and waited for someone to show up. That's when Bernard showed up, and quite a bit early too. He was a little curious as to why I was wearing an old costume, but he didn't care enough to question it. I pretended to adjust some of the decorations on the ceiling, and already knew I was going to strangle him to death. But before I could act, he offered me a cookie. I played along, eating it so he wouldn't suspect anything. But I knew by the taste it was something I was allergic to. A lemon-flavored sugar cookie. To think that's what would tip me off. Anyway, I figured it was a prank, a joke, just by the way that Bernard was smiling and giggling at me when I swallowed it. When he was done laughing, I waited for him to turn away, and then...
Doppelganger made a motion of strangling someone in front of him.
he didn't laugh ever again. He struggled for a few seconds before passing out, and then I just held onto him to make sure the job was done. Okay, so Amar, context, Kai and Mio are alive. Bernard is the doppelganger.
Which means the actual Bernard is dead.
But so the actual Bernard is dead.
Excuse me. The actual Bernard, I believe, is the body that they found.
The first body they found.
With the skeleton and the mushy bits that...
No, they both had skeleton and mushy bits because
I meant the first one that they found.
that would be Bernard.
The guy, so
That would be Bernard's
Kai touched
body.
Bernard.
Yeah.
Poor Bernard.
It was perfect. There was no damage done to the outfit. His skin didn't have any strangulation marks. And the gloves meant I didn't have to worry about anything under my nails. So I moved the body over to the laundry, discarded my prior outfit, and dumped Victor's skin up into the air duct. Then I removed Bernard's costume, took his skin, and perfected my disguise. I figured I was low on time, so I tried to rush the rope decoration and put it back up and just packed up all the snacks again. Grabbed Victor's house key, locked the door as I left, then went back to Bernard's car until the time of the party. After that, all I had to do was put the house key back into the original costume after we found the first body. I knew using this person's inherent skittishness would be easy enough excuse. Thought I got away with it. But seems that I was wrong. What a shame.
I don't get it. Really? Seems pretty clear to me. No, I don't get why this monster even killed Victor and Bernard.
It's probably just a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe it gets its kicks thinking it's better than us.
I have to admit, I also thought that you'd try a bit more to discard some of the evidence pointing to you. Were you simply incompetent? Is this your first time killing?
You've got it all wrong. You've got the who and the how, but you still don't understand the why.
The doppelganger slowly got to its feet and locked eyes with me. Its stance, its demeanor, its attitude seemingly changed. It looked more irritated than remorseful.
Yeah, his eyes haven't changed. Those are dead.
Those deaths. They were supposed to be lures. Enticing bait. An irresistible, bitter-sweet smell. What the hell are you talking about? Speak plainly. Fine. I'll speak so you simpletons can understand. I killed your two friends because their deaths would be interesting. And interesting deaths, interesting murders, always attract reapers. Isn't that right, Gria?
I'm surprised you know that much.
You would be surprised, wouldn't you? Reapers are such arrogant creatures. Makes you so damn predictable.
So you just cut our friends because it would attract the Reaper? Great job! Because of that you got your ass caught.
I'm sorry, the way you said that now was so fucking hilarious. Oh my god, can someone clip that for me?
She came over to check it out.
Oh my god, that was so good now. Oh my god.
You're welcome.
Oh my
welcome.
god.
He's alright.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh.
Agreed. If anything, it seems like you're the arrogant creature here. The doppelganger let out a good laugh that didn't match Bernard's usual tone.
That's what you think. Then let me tell you the real truth. The murder's here. I didn't care if I got caught. I had to leave some breadcrumbs or cookie crumbs still around to lure you in. Enough evidence to make it worth your while, to tempt you, and reel you in nice and slow like. You might have claimed that all my mistakes were about leaving evidence behind or being in a rush. But no, that wasn't the problem. The problem was this.
The doppelganger finally pulled on the edges of its face, disfiguring the skin slightly and showing us a glimpse of the monster underneath.
This sniveling, rotten, pathetic chicken of a man. Of all the people I've impersonated, of all the skins I've stolen, this failure has to be one of the most repulsive things I've ever had the displeasure of wearing.
I smashed his fist into the doppelganger's face, disfiguring the mask of the skin and sending the doppelganger down to the ground.
I'm not going to stand there and let you talk shit about my friend like that. You don't even deserve to share the same face as him.
Doppelganger was quick to get back on its feet, shrugging off the blow and correcting its face.
Zolf, send the link to Nell.
Wait, the link is right there.
No. That's Tiger's. Send the link to Nell. We'll post it over in the Clips channel on the Discord.
Yeah. Tiger, if you don't mind posting it in the clips from stream for us on the Discord, that'd be great.
That was unpleasant. But I wouldn't advise doing that again. I'm finally regaining my own attitude. And with it comes a very short temper.
Regaining?
There's a period where we are quite attuned to the skin we steal. Probably an evolutionary trait that allows us to rapidly blend into communities. Our usual personalities are lightly repressed while we take on the guise of those we steal from. Which means that I was a sniveling coward for the better part of the night, completely ruining my plans.
Doppelganger turns its gaze back towards me.
If I had literally any other body, any other personality, any other skin, I would have killed you without mercy while you were preoccupied with your damn investigation. All I'd have to do was sneak back into the kitchen, grab a knife, and finish you off while you investigated that second body. Instead, all I had were heart palpitations, nervous sweats, nausea, and a sickening terror that wouldn't leave my mind.
So your goal was to lure me in and kill me. That's quite the ambitious goal.
I am nothing if not ambitious. Take a look at this beautiful crime scene.
You just killed a friend so you could get a chance to murder a Reaper? What kind of sense does that make? You can't kill them.
She wants to
Neil
go
looked
outside,
at
it
me.
seems.
I mean, you're served to death. How could you even die? Doppelganger laughed and then gently patted Neo's shoulder.
Feel free to believe what you want. But the truth of the matter is this. They're no more special than you or I. Sure, they've got a few tricks and special powers, but they'll die just as easily as a pig in a butcher shop. Except instead of meat, you'll gain power. Their power, to be specific. You become a Reaper yourself. The ability to sense the dead, the power of life and death, the immortality. It all would have been mine.
Is that what you've heard?
Don't play coy with me. I've seen it firsthand. I know the truth. You Reapers are born from the same slaughter that kills you. I have to admit, it's poetic in a way. And tonight was going to be my moment of rebirth. Not for this.
Not for you meddling kids.
I mean, that's a fair statement.
The doppelganger looked over at Kai, whose balled fists were already ready to strike.
Unfortunate circumstance.
Why not try your luck now? Seems you've regained your faculties. The doppelganger huffed and waved a dismissive hand towards me.
The moment has passed. You're too on guard now. I would just make a fool of myself, and I'm in no mood to do that.
Yeah, it was me, Tiger. Don't worry about
No,
it.
go ahead and claim your prizes. I won't interrupt. I may have failed tonight, but there will always be another chance.
I suppose so. At least you've accepted your defeat gracefully. It stuck its tongue out at me. Well, maybe not too gracefully. But rather than linger and let the thing taunt me any further, I walked to the laundry room where Bernard's corpse was.
Hey, where are you going?
To the corpses, of course. Now that the mystery is unraveled, I can collect their souls. It won't take but a moment. Wait, you're a Reaper? You must be able to do something about the situation, right? You can bring Bernard and Victor back, can't you? Why would he do something as silly as that?
What? Why? Because...
Kai stammered as he tried to think of some nonsensical reason why I'd ever entertain bringing these departed souls back.
Their murders were all for a plot to kill you. Doesn't that make you a little angry? Don't we deserve to see them back since they were used for such, evil?
There are many evil deaths in the world. If I were to return them all back, what do you think the world would come to?
But...
I ignored him and took hold of Bernard's soul. Passing on the information on how its death was resolved. I plucked it like a dying leaf off a branch and tucked it into my pocket. And now for Victor.
Actually carved into his head.
That's the diamond mark from the claw ripping the skin off.
Oh, that's fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, please. Is there something we can offer in return? That we could trade? Both Kai and Mio stood in front of me, blocking me from entering Victor's room. Do you happen to have another worthy soul on hand? It would have to be someone murdered in a rather spectacular fashion. What? No, of course we don't. Then we have no deal. I phased through them and into Victor's room and approached his corpse.
You know, you two could try killing one another quickly. It would be spectacular. In a sense. Imagine it, two friends dying to give their dead friends another chance at life. Wait, what if we... I would not advise trying to kill me. For starters, I'm only one soul. You'd have to pick and choose between Victor and Bernard. That seems heartless, doesn't it? More importantly, I'm certain I could take the two of you in a fight. I've already killed twice tonight, don't make me add two more. Though, your skins would be much better than what I have now. Come on, tempt me.
The cold words were enough to make the other two freeze on the spot. Which I quietly appreciated. As it let me grab hold of Victor's soul without much of a fuss. It was hard to hide my smile as giddy as I could be. Two precious souls in one night. What a steal. As I was ready to walk out and be on my merry way, a Kai and Mio attempted to stop me once again. You two know that this is fruitless, right? If you leave it their souls, then we'll tell the world about you, the existence of Reapers, and what you do. I simply raised an eyebrow at them. You would blackmail a Reaper. Do you think that's a wise idea?
Yeah, we'd do it. We'd go the whole world and talk about what happened tonight.
Really? Let me think about that. I paused and paced around for a while. I let my thoughts slip out of my mouth. You two will go to some news outlets and explain how a double murder occurred in your friend's home. Blame it on a doppelganger who could escape or alter their appearance. And tell them that the Reaper in the form of a beautiful young woman came by and busted the case wide open. The woman that you can't trace, can't identify, and can't prove was with you on the night of the murder. Doppelganger, you seem like a decent voice of reason. Does this sound like a good idea to you?
Well, I wouldn't do it if that's what you're asking.
I agree. Sounds like you'd only get in more trouble, and, let's be honest here, the world is full of myths, monsters, and legends. Even if you told the truth in its entirety. What difference would it make to me if a few more people knew what I was, what I did? You should be honored to have such first-hand knowledge yourselves. Besides, do you really think anyone would believe you? If more people know, then more people might try and kill you and your kind. I grinned. I invite them to try. As I faced through them again and started walking towards the exit. Now, it's been a pleasure, truly, and I'll remember this night fondly for a long, long time, no doubt. Ah, this is why I love Halloween so much. So many twisted memories to hold on to. Wait, please. I groaned and reluctantly turned back to face Mio again. If you're going to say something, or beg, or threaten me, at the very least make it entertaining. If all you care about is souls, can you at least get rid of that thing? She pointed at the doppelganger. If two good people have to die tonight, at least make it right by reaping the soul of the guilty.
Well, that just doesn't seem fair. I'm not dead, and I don't think I should have my soul reaped just yet. Fuck off. That's just the right thing to do.
You know what? You're right, Kai. It would be the right thing to do. Manuel. But I'm not an arbiter of justice. I'm not a judge, jury, or executioner. I'm simply the psychopomp. If you want revenge, if you want justice, if you want a happy ending, you just have to take matters into your own hands. And when you do, I'll be there to give you all the praise your souls could want. All while transporting the guilty, or innocent, to their proper place. But not a moment sooner. But enough. I really do appreciate you playing your part in the show, but I must move on, as should you. You've still got a long life ahead of you. Well, theoretically. You seem young. Maybe not smart, but young. Make the most of the time you have left. After all, I imagine you'll have to deal with a lot of trouble soon. Good night, and happy Halloween. I took a step outside and melted away into the darkness like the rain into the ocean, gone without a trace. I ferried my valuable collections to their rightful place.
Replaxation.
Pitiable.
That's all of them have
Just-
been like reap puns.
I see why Nell likes this. It's so punny.
Well,
Like
no, this is their
her.
first time playing it.
No, I meant as in there's
Yeah.
a lot of puns.
I mean, yeah, of course there's a
fair.
lot of puns.
She's outside.
Pitiable.
I
It's
know, I was
just so
watching Dortos.
pitiable. I almost feel bad for those two humans losing losing two friends in a single night. Sure, they tried to get me reaped and probably hate my guts, but I could understand it. Oh no, this is you.
Okay, hold on. I almost felt bad for those two humans losing two friends in a single night. Sure, they tried to get me reaped and probably hate my guts, but I could understand their anger and frustrations. I shared it. This night didn't go to plan for me either. And now I was stuck with this pathetic, cowardly visage until a new opportunity presented itself. These two had been bawling their eyes out for the better part of 5 minutes. Sure, I could have killed them, taken one of their appearances and moved on. But the damn soft heart that this body just wouldn't let me do it. Not now, anyway. Are you two done crying yet? We've got work to do.
What the hell do you want? Just leave us alone.
If you're gonna kill us, just do it already. That'd be such a waste. No, I've got something better in mind. I crouched down to their level and wrapped my arms around their shoulders. Why don't we just go back to the way things used to be? At least for a little while.
Yeah, go back? What the hell are you talking about? Can't just pretend that you're Bernard. We know the truth. You're just a monster.
I'd rather be friends with a rabid bear than pretend you're Bernard. Ouch, that hurts my complex and intricate heart. I know that you're both having a rough time right now. I do get it. But let's think about our options here. I'd rather not have to go hunting for a new disguise. Not for a while, anyway. And I bet you two don't want to deal with the burden of some nasty investigations and being blamed for some bad deaths, eh? Put those noggins together. You know I'm right, and we don't have to be friends. We need to be friends. If only to survive for a while longer. And then what? What happens when you abandon us and we're stuck with all these problems?
What do you think's gonna happen? We'll be screwed, and then this thing's probably gonna try to murder the Reaper again.
Don't be so glum. That's certainly my long-term goal. Look, contrary to what you believe, I'm a nice guy. I can play the part I need. All I need for you is to do the same. After all, who knows? Maybe there'll be something in it for you. That was it. Those gloomy faces were finally starting to understand the truth. They were in a dismal and shitty situation, and I was their one and only savior. I might not actually have to kill them if they manage to do a good enough job and just listen to me. And if not, I was sure that in their heads, they knew that they were only one bad night away from being replaced. Title drop!
Woo!
So, Kinjo, project manager and background designer.
Damn.
Zedekin is the
Zedekin,
writer and
the writer.
scripter.
That just
Character
sounded-
designer and sprite artist was Nero.
Hey, look, it's Neru! Character designer and sprite artist. Did really good on that.
Raven,
GUI artist is
fantastic
Raven. Okay, sorry, stretching.
Solo and Locked On for the composers.
They did really good with the music for this.
I didn't get to hear any of it, but I'm sure it was
Cyber
good.
7 was the programming.
Cyber
programming
7!
They've been by our chat, so.
I know!
Your feeders,
I'm sorry,
Plot,
speaking.
and Zolf.
Zolf! Yeah!
Anastock, Free Pick, and Hardcore Graphics all doing various parts of the background and detailing.
Jeez, what? A lot of the time, devs and programmers do not get the shoutouts or the kudos that they deserve.
And then this looks like all the
Yes.
Unity assets they're referencing.
Holy shit.
These are all, yeah, these look like Unity assets they're referencing, or Blender assets, something like that. So they're giving references, the credit to the people who made some of the supplies that they used to make their backgrounds and whatnot.
That is so cool, dude.
So it's good that they're still, I still appreciate them giving credit where credit is due.
Yeah.
They're not
Dude, are
like
they still
just
here?
burying it in a document somewhere.
Right. Oh, this was made in Ren'Py, wow. And there's a full image of Gria.
Nice. That was so cool.
That was fun.
They still here?
No, they're probably floating around somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, that was
I
actually...
would love to
that,
see...
That was fucking amazing that they actually showed up. Like, holy shit.
Again, Neru, thank you so much for this. You and your team did wonderful on this.
Holy shit, yes.
I know you're not...
Kinjo!
Thanks, Skinjo. I would love to see another game, either with our friends Kai and Mio investigating more of the unknown, or more with another story of Gria's where she investigates like this again.
That would be so
I would
cool.
love to see more of their stories, and specifically because this feels like it's just it feels like it's a good start, and they could have been more. Yeah, Kinjo's the project manager.
Yeah. Shout him out too.
Alright, so we apparently missed one achievement.
Gria's hot. Nehru, Gria is hot. Of course she's gathering a fan club.
I mean, to be fair, she and Beryl are incredibly hot and deserve fantastic kudos, because you are an amazing designer.
I mean, that's true, yeah. I could imagine, like, I don't know if this will ever happen, but it's just a fun thought experiment. Oh, man, you go to a specific level in elevator game with cat curls. Suddenly, you see a Reaper going by, and it's like, oh, hey, yeah, no, it's not your time, bye. Oh, that would be...
Yeah, the only achievement we didn't get was beat the entire game in under 10 minutes.
You already said that, rival.
Yeah, so it's just smash the Reaper. Yeah, don't fear the Reaper, smash the Reaper, right?
So, by the way, I believe Fear the Reaper is on part of our Halloween-themed karaoke. Please don't change it to Smash the Reaper.
I wasn't going to change to smash the Reaper.
I don't believe you. You do weird shit.
Honey, I'm not going to do that. I don't know of any version of the Fear the Reaper song by the Blue Oyster Cult that has a Smash variant.
Good. You do realize there's more than Kinjo and Nehru.
Yeah,
Nehru,
but like
right?
Zolf, Nehru, Kenjo, all of them.
You gotta give the actual thing so
Cyber 7.
Cyber 7, yeah.
Cyber 7. And the V is a 7 on not Panda.
You can just click on credits and it'll show it on screen.
Yeah, so hold on. Whoop.
Why
Credit.
can people not hear me?
Because no, they can hear you. It's just me and Nell are talking too. See, Kenjo Goldbar, Zeta Ken, Nehru 774, Just Zolf.
Look, Cyber 7. There it
Cyber
is, Panda.
7.
Type that in. Shout out.
Yep.
There's Just Zolf.
Oh, hey, there's his clip again. But yeah, no. So all of these developers. This game is free. It's on Steam. It released, I think, 4 days ago now.
On the 23rd.
Yeah, so about 4 days ago now. Again, it's 100% free.
Wait, what? This is a free game?
This was free.
Nah, this shouldn't have been free. No, there's
And
no
this
way.
was
This shouldn't have been free.
And this was done as part of the Spooky VN Game Jam. So they were given a time frame, a limit, and a theme to build, and I think they delivered. So, they delivered so well. And like I said, I would love to see more of the world that this is set in, even if it's not connected directly to something. Keep an eye on the Steam page for DLC.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah. Like, if there's going to be DLC for this and get us another story of this length at least, then cool. I would be down to spend $10, $15 on this in a heartbeat. Like I would.
Oh, you're in Germany. Wait, Kroner. No, I'm sorry, my bad. Woo.
Yeah, I would in a heartbeat. I would in a heartbeat buy this game. Like I still need to buy Blank Spaces. I'm still gonna buy Blank Space.
Wait, isn't Kroner the
I
don't in Germany?
I don't know. I don't.
No,
I
that's
heard
in
it somewhere
Deutschmark.
in one of my YouTube shorts.
Honey, I don't remember. But no, I'd be down to play this.
No, it was in Ragnarok.
Yeah, it was Ragnarok. So that's up in Norway.
It is. It's in Norway.
But the point I'm
Don't shoot us, Tiger.
no, like I said, I would love to play this game and see anything more with the characters here, regardless if it's Bernard as the doppelganger, Mio, Kai. Seeing what their world becomes.
Dude, seeing where they go from here would be cool.
I'm horrible.
Why?
What's new, Scooby-Doo? They're coming at you. I just immediately thought of Kai, Bernard, and Mio pulling that with their school occult club.
Tiger ain't loading my shotgun. I can make you giggle, Tiger.
Oh.
I should get something for that.
Oh man. Dude,
I just noticed that Okay, my eyes are playing tricks on me because it looked like the thing is.
The scythe is moving?
It
is moving.
Okay, that's. Dude, you guys are good. I thought I was losing my shit.
No, it's moving very slowly.
Kind of like how you've been, like, if you play, like, say, Guitar Hero for so long, shit starts to move that's not.
I
thought that's what was happening with the scythe.
But yeah, no.
Replaced.
Replaced. The scythe is an L.
I know it's an L. I'm just fucking around, okay?
But yeah, no. This was incredible, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
This was just a lot of fun.
Character stories and design, everything was absolutely fantastic. I wish I could have had better voices to give, but I'm kind of limited right now.
I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna put it on the. I gotta send my audio to the TV for a sec so Raina can hear how you said the great job. This is why I started laughing.
So you just cut our friends because it would attract the Reaper? Great job! Because of that, you got your ass caught.
I'm sorry, that's actually... Okay, that's good.
You see why I started laughing? Serious tone, serious tone, serious tone. The most sarcastic vocal fried. Great job! You just got your ass caught.
I'm glad you guys enjoyed watching it.
I'm glad you guys did enjoy watching it.
Dude, we kept flipping back and forth between characters. We couldn't decide if it was Mio or...
My gut immediately said, I think it's Bernard. And I was right. But it wasn't right for the reasons that I thought it was. And all the details being thrown out and the way you guys did character design kept me from being 100% accurate with any prediction that I tried to make. And that is phenomenal writing that you need to do.
Yeah.
You have to agree that...
I think it's Mio. But I don't know.
It points back to Mio.
Dude.
But Kai has reason. But Bernard.
Until they brought up the cookies, I didn't suspect Bernard at all.
Yeah, no, seriously, that's the thing.
Once they brought up the cookies...
The only thing that could have led us to detail about the cookies was he batted Gria's hand away at the very beginning of the thing. But that seems like such an off detail to pay attention to.
I mean, she's a Reaper, she's immortal, she's got time to pay attention to little shit.
Well, you're correct. But Gria... The way Gria writes it is as if she knew walking in.
Well, it's probably one of those things of why would he do that?
No. Before anything and any interactions.
I don't know.
But it's one of those things where it was so well done, right? I can't
believe you guys only had a month to do this.
Again, yeah. 1 month to make each background, take each shot for the background, make sure it was detailed and rendered correctly, have all the lighting, have all the character designs ready to go with expressions, alternates, including like just the amount of detail that you put on the different fighters. Then had to make a secondary version of Bernard that had all of his expressions unique for the doppelganger, everything for Gria, everything, and just... It is impressive how well you guys did.
Especially considered how complex it is. Like...
And in essence, right?
And I still stick by what I said yesterday of you guys don't get enough credit for all of the stuff you do. Not enough.
Gria could talk to the soul. She could have known pretty quickly. That's a possibility, right?
The power of
teamwork. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, very much so. But it's like, that's what I'm saying. It's just, it is so impressive that cohesively everything came together.
It's a good game.
Everything came together so well, and the fact that you only had a month to do it, including the fact that there's I didn't see any bugs. I saw no bugs, no glitches, no visual hiccups, none of that.
Yeah.
And
did you say this also just came out too?
Yeah, it came out on the 23rd, honey. On top of this, you guys had enough time to make sure it worked windowed and full screen. You had the ability for text skipping on everything, text speed, auto forward timing, all the music and sound and character volumes and stuff, right? Audio, and the ability to show what the name of the track that is currently playing.
I also like it because it wasn't that flashy too.
Well, look, show text effects. So if they have bouncing, shaking, etc., you could turn that off if that messes with you.
Which
highlights
I
characters.
Like that. The shaky effect was getting to me a little bit.
But we could have turned that off, right?
I didn't know that, but still, the fact that you can turn it off, like...
Highlight speaker, so those characters would step forward and the other characters would dim to help you highlight who's talking.
That's good.
Right? Blinking animations for the characters, right?
I like the fact that the characters were animated while they were actually talking instead of just still images.
Right? Character animations such as jumping, shaking, falling down, etc., right?
Yeah.
Animation sounds that played with them. You guys did all of this on top of writing and getting everything set up. Your options menu is beefy.
Yeah.
And the only thing I could see at this point right now, right? The only thing I can see at this point is, when is this getting translated to other languages?
Yes, Amar.
I know some people, like, in my local community IRL, that can't play VN games if they're not in Spanish, or they're not in another game, or they're not in another language, because it's so difficult for them to understand Spanish. I would love to know when this gets a translation for other languages, so I could go tell my friends, hey, go check this game out. So...
It might not because it's a game jam, but who knows?
yeah.
Go look at general because I can't see. what this question was.
I'm just getting my alerts cleared real quick. You know? Rival, we had already said we saw your thing, your comment before about making the OC, doppelganger based OC, which is super cool. It just, I'm just kind of gushing at the moment because I don't play a whole lot of VNs, mostly because not many really get my attention, not many are usually affordable, and by the time I catch up to them, I've already been spoiled to them.
They also don't catch his attention because he's ADHD as fuck.
No, it's not that. It's really not that, honey.
Sometimes it is.
No, honey, it's not. It's actually usually funds. I typically do not buy many visual novel-based games, just because sometimes there's not enough for me to do.